Chapter 624, On the Road Together. Chapter 624, On the Road Together. You only care about girls and now look. We are here stuck with our sealed cultivation while you play the hero, not caring what happens to us. How are we supposed to trust you? The fiends glared at Zhuofan, while the rest opted for silence. Zhuofan rolled his shoulders. Why are you complaining when I just saved you? Fiend Yang snickered. You think that settles it? You brought this mess upon us. Now we are filled with fear. These youths will be so scared they can't even sleep. Shouldn't you do something about it? Please, as elders coming to Double Dragon Gathering, you're no scared children. You're just trying to extort me. You think I'm gonna fall for it? Zhuofan mocked. The trio jerked yet saw Zhuofan wasn't pushing it and signaled Fiend Yang to continue. Kid, a leader does not cheat his fellow disciples, does not draw trouble. Bah! When did I draw trouble? What do you think Yen Mo was? Fiend Yang shouted. This was mystical heaven Sects' problem, not ours. Yet for some broad. What makes you so sure it was unrelated? Zhuofan cut him off with a heavy expression. Hellion Flame is joining the Double Dragon Gathering, no? Don't you know about knowing your enemy and yourself? Using this matter to find more about our enemies couldn't be better. But they're a superior 3 sect. All the more reason. Zhuofan spoke from his moral high ground. Don't tell me you knew everything about their disciples when you fought with them, about their cultivation methods, skills, and whatnot. If so, why the hell did I have to fish for info? You should feel ashamed for neglecting your disciples instead of preaching reason with me. The trio was speechless. The hell? How is it our fault? Scratching their beards, the trio's mind was mushed by Zhuofan's twisted logic. Fiend Yang yelled, Hold on, they're the superior 3 sects and have nothing to do with us. Why should we scout them out? We should be focusing on the middle 3 sects instead, to target the weakest and take its place. Humph, how narrow-minded. You're content with just being a middle 3 sect? Zhuofan snorted. The trio was stunned. Why you mean? When I do something, I do it all the way. Zhuofan was filled with pride and arrogance. I will challenge the superior 3 sections. Those in the middle are too easy. SSS. All gasped at Zhuofan's declaration. Being in the middle 3 sects had been Demon Scheming Sect's life dream, not even considering the superior 3 sects. These Double Dragon Gathering veterans felt small before Zhuofan's great ambition. Truly, the young surpass the old. Zhuofan, you have a wider view and greater goals than we ever could. Fiend Gui patted his shoulder. How confident are you? Zhuofan shook his head. Their disciples are abnormal. Taking Yen Mo as an example, I had to use 2/3 of my strength to test him out. If the Double Dragon Gathering has someone much stronger, I may have no chance. But no worries, I'll give my all either way. The trio's faces twitched. Yen Mo was like the representative of Hellion Flame with how insane his talent was, among the very best of Western lands. They knew the guy, even if only by name, and the only one who could best him was the Western land's best talent, Wu Qingqiu. Yet, even so, this dude of ours still had a third to spare. While not even the 3 of them could deal with one disciple, but this guy might pull off his ambition. He was the best that ever happened to the Demon Scheming Sect. The trio chuckled. Let's leave it at that then. As long as it's for the sect, we'll follow you along, ha ha ha. The trio clapped in glee as they walked away, then perplexed, just a few feet away, since when did we start being like this? Not looking into this whole mess was more like using an excuse to get something out of Zhuofan. What though? The trio exclaimed after some deep thinking. Sacred stones. The 3 were regretting it inside. They wanted to use this chance to put some fear in him and get him to cough some sacred stones to keep them quiet, only to have the punk make it like he was challenging superior 3 sects all along, thus testing out Hellion Flame. They were about to extort Zhuofan, yet the ship sailed in the end. The trio cursed their damn mouths, and more so the punk's smooth style in getting them to earn jack squat from him. A steward Zhua is as cunning as a weasel. Zhuofan's regret was way bigger, though he picked up on their intent from the start, so he faked being nice while saying whatever, only to end up challenging the superior 3 sects. His mission was easy peasy, taking down a middle 3 sect and putting the demon scheming sect instead. Now, though he had to work harder based on Yenmo, he knew the superior 3 sects were no easy targets, needing to use half of Dragon Soul's power to beat the punk. On the off chance the superior 3 sects had someone worse than Yenmo, then he'd have hell to pay. The final fight could go either way, me and my goddamned mouth. Zhuofan rubbed his mouth in regret. Shui Ruhua came to him all tense. Young Master Zhao, what do you mean? Toothache. Zhuofan deflected, looking at him oddly. She wondered. We've been cultivating for years now, so how can we get something so benign? Shui Ruohua chuckled at his gloomy look. Zhuofan asked, What do you want? Have you come to mock my toothache? I only found out now. Shui Ruohua forced a smile. Young Master Zhao, thank you for all you have done. Mystical Heaven Sect will remember this. Since we are all off for Double Dragon Gathering, and since your sect's disciples are in a bit of a bind, why don't we look after them on the way, to repay you for what you've done? We have our own plans, so we don't need your interference. Zhuofan shot her down. Shui Ruhua started. Young Master Zhuo, please, you are our savior. It's only natural to look after those disciples that can barely move. Zhuofan eyed her. I'm no believer in free meals and never counted on others to repay me. Missy, your actions are off. What's your angle? Zhuofan's cold eyes pierced her very core, and tense Xian Xiaoyu shouted. Now we have to go along with some thieving demonic cultivators? There's no way a righteous sect like Mystical Heaven Sect will let ourselves be smeared by their foul deeds. Young Master, with Yan Mo's whereabouts unknown and a demonic cultivator, he is bound to take revenge, and we'll be involved in it. This disciple of the demon scheming sect is the only one that can stop him. We have to go with him, if we want to get to Double Dragon Gathering safely. We will part ways when we get there anyway. I understand the young master is noble, and I respect that. However, this matter is too important. Please think of all of us and accept this. Having enough of Xian Xiaoyu's stubbornness, one elder shouted, echoing through the cave. Demon scheming sect's gang had a mocking smile. All they know is how to burn bridges. Shui Ruohua blushed from shame, lowering her head. I see. Yenmo ran away and you fear revenge. A shame you have such a moron for a teammate. Not that your elder isn't strange either. You'll all end up last even if you go to Double Dragon Gathering, so you might as well save yourself the trouble and go home, ha ha ha. Zhuofan laughed as he went to his sect's side. Shui Ruohua shouted, Sir Zhuo, please. Oh, I'm not angry. No way a bunch of fools can get a rise out of me. Zhuofan waved dismissively. He glanced at Chu Qingqing. We're slow to get there, but you're welcome to stay if you don't mind it. Shui Ruohua's eyes lit up and shouted, Thank you, Sir Zhuo. But he was out of earshot, leaving Shui Ruohua watching him with a deep smile. Chapter 625. But Beetle. Chapter 625. But Beetle. 1212. Under the glorious rays of the morning sun, announcing the beginning of a beautiful day, Kuei Lang and the Stiffs were fighting a bitter battle with their own bodies, trudging through the flat and open road with every toiling step. Zhuofan and the fiends were on a scenic tour, a sharp contrast to the tortured souls behind them. The only difference this morning brought was they got company. Mystical Heaven Sect was dragging itself 100 meters off like some, but Beetle's what should have been a smooth flight, free and refreshing, became a slow and boring pace on the ground. That of the stiff Xian Xiaoyu was fuming. If anyone sees us, a great righteous sect, stuck behind the demon scheming sect, we'll never hear the end of the humiliation. Elder Yun sighed. Young sect leader has changed so much, his temper has gotten worse. Everyone got sick of explaining the obvious to him for the umpteenth time. They had to stick to the demon scheming sect, for their safety, though in through one ear, and out through the other. The elders gave up in the end, taking the disciples and lagging behind the demon scheming sect while ignoring the brat's blatant discontent. Elder Yun was still worried seeing Xian Xiaoyu's sinister look. Yen Mo has pushed the young master deep down the demonic path. I fear he might be in a demonic abyss, with no way of coming back. Little brother, enough with your complaining. It's hard enough to find someone to help us, and now they'll even protect us. Always criticizing them will only mean we bite the hands that feed us. This will be the greatest dishonor to our sect. Shui Ruohua advised with a smile. Xian Xiaoyu wouldn't hear it, his eyes becoming twisted, holding Zhuofan's back in his vile sight. Demonic cultivators are miscreants, evil, vile, sinister, and they're only helping us for their own gain. Tagging along will, at any time, get us in a danger we can never overcome. Young master, such potshots are unfounded. We have nothing they could ever want. Danner turned a smile to Chu Qingqing. If there ever was some hidden plan, that'd be Sister Qingqing. Everyone laughed, their gazes on her teasing, blushing. Chu Qingqing glared back, then shook her head. If he was after me, that'd be a wish come true. Doesn't he care about you? Defending you with his very life is the best proof. Shui Ruohua eyed her oddly. Chu Qingqing shook her head, one-sided. He is ruthless and cold, powerful and bold in his actions. I'd be happy for even a small fraction of time in his life. The women were perplexed. Aren't they close? Why is she so sad? Xian Xiaoyu's face grew twisted, his nails digging in his palms and watching Zhuofan like a hawk. Sisters, let's help Sister Qingqing. Danner proposed. The girls lit up and nodded while Shui Ruohua hesitated. An angry rebuke welcomed them. Ignorant girls should stop gossiping and not do something so ridiculous and easily misunderstood. Have you all forgotten your senior sister's fate? Take the lessons of others to heart. The women turned a cautious look to Elder Yun's heavy face. Elder Yun said to Chu Qingqing, keep yourself strong against that playboy, or you'll be thrown deep down the demonic path from which you'll never return. If only he was a playboy. Chu Qingqing nodded. I understand. Back to the front, Fiend Yang snickered behind him. You call them righteous cultivators? But beetles are more like it. Now they're dragging behind us, needing our protection, yet still cuss us. Ridiculous. All gave a firm nod. Zhuofan, you aren't one to have anyone follow you around. Why the change? Fiend Yang growled. Zhuofan shrugged. The road is meant to be walked. They can follow all they want. Besides, they aren't interfering with us. A bunch of butt beetles pisses me off. Fiend Yang snorted. Kid, are you after keeping that woman safe? The sect has a rule against love. This won't do at all. Fiend Yang rubbed his wretched fingers in front of him, in the universal sign of, pay or I snitch. What are you doing? Zhuofan had a dumb look. Fiend Yang snickered. Brother, come now, show a little appreciation. We won't make a peep. Give each of us 1,000 sacred stones and we'll turn a blind eye. 1,000 sacred stones? Go rob Double Dragon Manor. Bro, you're wrong. We've seen the extent of your wealth, and so much in the hand of a single man would only bring danger to you. It's your Paul's duty to look after it. Fiend Yang saw his first attempt fail. He used the carrot and the stick this time. Zhuofan shrugged. Bro, sacred stones are the rarest in the world. Do you think I am that rich? I did have a few, planning to use them in Double Dragon Gathering to save me from danger, but now I had to use them all, leaving me just 2 poor stones. Here, take them. Zhuofan took out 2 glittering rocks and threw them at them like he was the victim. The fiends were dumbstruck. Is the punk holding out on us or not? They just didn't want to believe he was out, though thinking how rare sacred stones were compared with spiritual herbs. It's not like the punk can take out a pile. The trio sighed, lamenting their misfortune. Zhuofan snickered inside. He was no pushover to let others walk all over him. In this case, balking under the first threat would mean balking at the second and third. On and on it went. He would not let anyone get anything out of him. No matter how many sacred stones he had, the fiends would have cussed and blustered to high heaven if they heard him. Dude, just how filthy rich are you? You make yourself so inconspicuous, it'd be a miracle if anyone doesn't fall for you and get milked instead. In this way, the two sects, keeping their distance of course, walked this wide road blissfully unaware. Just a way away, a pair of sinister eyes glared at them covered in blood and nasty wounds. He was more like a walking corpse than a human. Elder Yun was right on the money when he said demonic cultivators were spiteful. Yen Mo itched for that sweet revenge even before he got healed, since the demon scheming sect possessed a monster. He let them slide, turning to Mystical Heaven sect as the victim of his tantrum, though he just caught up only to feel like crying. This blasted Mystical Heaven sect is on the demon scheming sect's tail. His hope at revenge was shot dead watching Zhuofan's carefree walk. Yen Mo's fists tightened. Haha. A nobody from a lower 3 sect made a fool out of a disciple from a superior 3 sect. The best in Western lands is sure to have a laugh at your expense. Ha ha ha. An old man laughed. Yen Mo barked. Who's there? Just a drunkard. A shadow came into view, revealing the same guy Zhuofan showed such respect back in the inn. Yen Mo's heart sank. Why you? This old guy was the only one unaffected by his array when he took hold of all the town folk. He got closer to look into the old man, only to be flung a mile away by his aura. He knew then and there the old guy was a freak. He couldn't ever touch. He only lived because the old man allowed it. So he treated him with respect. When Shui Ruohua caught the drunkard, he didn't make a move until the old man left. With the double dragon gathering getting closer, he had to move fast. Yet this same old guy was back. Chapter 626. Double Dragon Manor at last. Chapter 626. Double Dragon Manor at last. Greetings, Senior. I am Yen Mo of Hellion Flame. He cupped his hands and bowed in respect and fear as much as his shaky knees could hold him. The drunkard took a swing out of his flask, his hazy eyes holding a particular sharpness. Hellion Flame, ha ha ha, thinking of using it to scare me? I would never. Yen Mo's eyes darted all over. It is my honor to meet Senior, and a blessing to talk to you, sir. Hellion Flame will do its utmost to look after such a guest. With the old guy's intent unknown, showing off his credential would help Yen Mo scare him. But wouldn't the old man know by now from his toying with the town just a while back? Funny how he first mentioned it to threaten and now to make himself amiable. Be nice, and the sect will be nice as well. Or you can do anything to me and have the whole sect on your tail. The drunkard chuckled at his attempt. Kiddo, you're too young if you think you can beat me. In my day, I climbed on top of all the sects in Western land. No one can stop me whether they like it or not. What? Yen Mo trembled in disbelief. Does that mean as Senior is? The drunkard sighed. Kid, you have quite the head on your shoulders, but it's best you don't say it. I came to Western lands on different matters, yet saw quite the show. There are talents in every generation, leading the way for hundreds of years. He sighed and watched Zhuofan below with an eerie gaze. It's been 1,000 years, and someone formed a heaven dragon soul, and from a lower 3 sect too. The double dragon gathering this time will be intense, ha ha ha. The bowing Yen Mo's heart shuddered. He already guessed the old man's identity. Someone not even the superior 3 sects could touch. What are you still doing here? Go on. Settle your grudges at Double Dragon Gathering. You will have the advantage there with the superior 3 sects setting the stage with your strong brothers. Why waste time here, alone, when you can't even beat him? The drunkard laughed. Yen Mo's heart was in chaos, but he had no choice but to listen. He's right, with the kid there, I can't do anything. Better to gang up on him with everyone at Double Dragon Gathering. What can a lower 3 sects disciple do alone anyway? The potential of a sect stands in a group. Yen Mo cupped his hands. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Yen Mo left in a flash of fire, leaving the drunkard to watch Zhuofan and giggle between gulps from his flask. A month later, a group was resting in a thick forest with sinister faces. Demonic cultivators, get up, we'll be there in just one more day. A fierce voice from an elder got them to walk again. But then he snapped, where's Yen Mo? We're almost there, and the brat is still gone. Doesn't he want to fight the best talent in Western lands? How spineless, got my hopes up for nothing. Once I get my hands on him, he'll be sorry. A curvy and enticing woman giggled. Elder Chinya. Senior brother isn't one to forget his duties. He will be here. Don't we have a day left? It doesn't matter with who he's wasting time, but Brother Yen will never let Wu Qingqiu get scot-free. Defeating Wu Qingqiu will make him the best talent in Western lands. Grinning, a lanky man snickered. Brother Yen had been waiting years for the chance to take it. Elder Qingye nodded after a pause. I hope he comes back on time. The rotten punk, always fooling around. I will teach him a lesson he won't soon forget. The rest chuckled. Yen Mo was the apple of every Hellion Flame's elder's eyes at the slightest violence from a no-name elder, and the sect leader with venerables would be on his case. As for teaching him, it all came down to some angry words. That was all the authority this elder had. Elder Qing saw the disdain in their eyes and grew angrier at the truth. If he really did tear the kid a new one, he wouldn't be long for this world. Not with those overprotective old guys. Whoosh! A flash of red came before them and revealed Yen Mo. Everyone cheered. Didn't I tell you? Brother Yen will come to fight Wu Qingqiu for sure. Yeah, you know Senior Brother Yen the best. Hi hi hi. They came around Yen Mo, followed by Elder Qingye's barking and a heavy slap over the head. Brat, you stood me up again. Any later, and you'd miss Double Dragon Gathering. Oh! Yen Mo shuddered and gasped in pain. Blood leaked from his head, and on his clothes a woman pointed at the elder, shrieking, You're finished, elder! You hurt Senior Brother Yen. His loss in Double Dragon Gathering will be on you. And now, hold on, I didn't do that. I barely touched him. The elder shivered. It was just a light slap. He isn't that weak to not take it. Elder, now you've done it. You called him weak and hurt him. The woman snickered. You always fuss about Senior Brother Yen Mo, and now you act on your grudges. Next will come revenge, and it's curtains for you. Being high-handed for your own gain, you disregard the sect's future. If word got to the sect. Elder Qingye glared at her with all the fury he had. You sure know how to dump crimes on someone, which... You may leave the elder alone. He's got nothing to do with this, and you know it. If a slap would kill me, I'd be dead ages ago. Yen Mo sighed. Yume giggled, turning a strange gaze on him. What happened to you to end up like this, Senior Brother? Who indeed in the Western lands could make such a mess of Yen Mo? His eyes sparked with unrestrained hatred. Don't remind me. Went out to hunt, only to have someone prey on me instead. Elder Qingye rushed. Who's the old bastard that did it? What galls must they have to touch Hellion Flame? No old bastard, just one man. Yen Mo shook his head in shame. Never mind, there's something more important I have to tell you. We need to lay low and not provoke anyone, especially an old drunkard. Everyone was speechless. Yen Mo sighed. The legendary man is back. We know the whole 10 sects are better off not tangling with him, lest it would recreate the cruel bloodshed from 800 years ago. You mean, Elder Qingye gasped, I heard of him, but to think he's still alive. The rest recalled the sect's warnings and their hearts trembled. All got used to doing whatever the hell they wanted, but if they made a wrong move, it'd be curtains for them and no one to save them, not even their sect. Everyone felt danger looming overhead. With Yen Mo's heavy injuries forgotten, they set out towards Double Dragon Manor 3 months later. Zhuofan's gang passed through here as well. Chapter 627. Sects Assemble. Chapter 627. Sects Assemble. We're here, the Double Dragon Manor. Before a quaint courtyard, Elder Yun shouted. Mystical Heaven Sects group grew lively. Itching to go in, the demon scheming sect turned a blind eye to the excited looks, even mocking them. This is the thanks we get tucking you in from danger all the way here? Nothing but a bunch of ungrateful swines. And proceeded to turn their stiff bodies, taking one painful step at a time. Chu Qingqing came to Zhuofan, her smile slipping. We will now part ways. Once inside, we are enemies. Zhuofan didn't look her in the eye. Chu Qingqing nodded with a sad smile. I may sound overconfident when I say this, but I won't hold back. Nor I. Zhuofan spoke flatly. Chu Qingqing walked past him, avoiding looking at him in fear of never leaving. Zhuofan looked unfazed, not showing any trace of emotion. They'd been like this the whole trip, yet content knowing they were by each other's side. The two had different paths ahead of them, with but a rare crossing. Shen Xiaoyu snickered inside. We're finally done with those demons. Shui Ruohua took the disciples to Zhuofan. We are grateful for you looking after us on our way here, young Master Zhuo. I won't forget it. It's fine. We were going the same way anyway. Zhuofan waved her off. Shui Ruohua smiled. Chu Qingqing and Zhuofan were evasive all the trip, needing Shui Ruohua to be the go-betweener. It didn't take her long to figure out Zhuofan's character. He sounds harsh but doesn't mean it. While being truly evil would mean a wide smile, like that of a tiger. Danner giggled. Young Master Zhuo, will you let us off in the Double Dragon gathering? Ha ha ha, what do you think? Zhuofan snickered. Danner stuck out her cute tongue, flustered. Don't smile, or I'll really run out of luck. Everyone knows your smile means you're about to jump them. I don't want to live through that fear. Everyone laughed, Mystical Heaven Sect and Demon Scheming Sect alike. The last got it in one try, having Steward Zhuo's temper down pat. Zhuofan had to roll his eyes. Am I that fake? Shui Ruohua left with the girls following the rest of their group. Fiend Yang shook his head. They're not half bad, at least they know to say thanks, unlike the old coots. Mystical Heaven Sect is such a phony sect, but the women, Kuei Lang sighed. Zhuofan eyed them with a cold gaze. Step lively, boys. Full speed ahead for Double Dragon Manor. Once you get there, you can move again. Yes. They all cheered, pushing forward the last trek with small steps. After 3 months of hard work, they finally resembled normal people. Zhuofan was proud of it. Their bodies should be tougher by a whole lot, and once they're cured, their cultivation haha. They soon arrived before the courtyard, plain and with just a meter-tall door and no one guarding it. Is this Double Dragon Manor or some nobody's home? Where are the elders, the disciples? Are you sure this is the right place? The venerables laughed at their obvious puzzlement. Don't mind it and step inside to see the real world. They took the lead, with Zhuofan giving them a look. They soon passed the weary door, and soon arrived before a hall with one elder on each side sitting cross-legged. The two opened their eyes. Who comes? State your name. One of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, Demon Scheming Sect, has come to participate in the Dual Dragon gathering. I ask that the elders let us through. Fiend Yang spoke with respect. The two nodded. Demon Scheming Sect's 2 4th-layer ethereal stage cultivators, 1 in the 5th layer, 3 in the 2nd layer radiant stage, 1 in the 3rd layer, 2 in the 5th layer, 2 in the 8th layer, and 2 in the 9th. You may pass. Zhuofan gasped inside. They got our cultivations on the spot just using perception. He even noticed that every disciple went up a layer, even himself. While he and the fiends could pick up on the stiff sealed cultivation, these oldies must have some strong souls to do it with such ease. The two held their palms together, and a powerful soul strength was released. Then they pushed behind them at the door, with veins showing on their scrawny arms. The thick spiritual energy from within hit the group hard, even from just a crack, leaving all of them stunned. There were lush forests surrounding towering peaks, with birds dancing around lakes. Paradise, this is no hall, but a whole new world. The Double Dragon Manor is behind a barrier. Zhuofan bowed in gratitude at the 2 elders and took his group inside. Fiend Yang bowed as well. Elders, may I ask which ones we are? The last. The 2 spoke in unison. The other 8 are here, with Mystical Heaven Sect arriving just moments ago. Them? They're only here with our protection. Fiend Yang scoffed. Then again, how could a pack of stiff zombies ever arrive on time? Fiend Yang was about to go when one of the elders asked, Did your disciples take the zombie pill? How did you know? Fiend Yang was stunned. The elder's brow shook. Demon scheming sect must have put it all it had in this gathering. Using the zombie pill is wondrous but costly. Not even superior 3 sects would take such a price lightly. Isn't it just a 7th grade pill? Fiend Yang played Zhuofan's bossy and rich stance to a T. The old man chuckled. 7th? Then you're not the one to have used this method on them. If you want to poison someone, using 7th grade pills is more than enough. But to increase the cultivation of disciples, you need the antidote too. That one's 10th grade. Of. Fiend Yang was stunned, then mocked. So what, we have a money bag. And he just strutted in, leaving the two dumbfounded. One said in amazement, Demon scheming sect must have struck gold. To use pills, even superior 3 sects would hate to. I wonder who has their back and if they have found another sacred mine. Ha ha ha, don't speak nonsense. Why would they be coming here if they did? The other sneered. The two burst out laughing soon after. They stood up and walked in as well. The sects are here and we should go in as well. The gate slowly closed behind them. In that moment of neglect, they missed a ragged person slipping right and scratching his red nose. The man took a mouthful of his flask, his smile positively evil. Chapter 628. Old Enemies Awareness. Chapter 628. Old Enemies Awareness. Demon scheming sect, I presume. Please follow me. The gang had yet to really appreciate the wonderful scenery as a polite voice drew their attention. A middle-aged man in gray robes was bowing. They all cried out in unison, returning the bow, There's no need for that, please. There was no way they could just let an ethereal stage expert bow to nobodies like them. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I am but a humble usher. You're all honored guests we have to look after. Please, it's this way. The man gave another bow. The group bowed as well and followed tense. It was a novelty for them, seeing an ethereal stage expert bow to radiant stage cultivators. Fiend Yang scolded, You look like you've never seen beyond the doors of your home. This is Double Dragon Manor and all is done by its rules. Here, ethereal stage experts are the weakest. If not them welcoming us, who then, the two leaders? The rest nodded, more stunned than ever. Double Dragon Manor, the head of the 10 sects, was filled with powerful figures. They even had an ethereal stage expert usher them in. In other words, Double Dragon Manor only sees potential, not the current level of cultivation. Zhuofan muttered. Fiend Yang nodded. Smart, Zhuofan. Yes, they look at potential, the ones they can raise, and how far. These same experts of Double Dragon Gathering, if placed outside, they'd only have reached bone tempering or profound heaven stage. Why else would they hold the Double Dragon Gathering if not for seeking talent? So don't underestimate yourselves. Once you enter this place, this improvement speed shall be yours. Kuei Lang and the others' eyes lit up, their minds wandering to many wonderful fantasies. Zhuofan snickered. Fiend Yang, you think it's nice to poke your host where it hurts in front of them? Zhuofan chuckled and pointed at their usher. Ugh. The fiends felt a chill. Shit. Running my mouth in the host's presence, saying this guy in front is nothing but a resource sponge, is like shooting myself in the foot. Sure, the rules made these ethereal stage experts not be rude to the guests, but did that make it alright to insult them? At least their usher turned a deaf ear. Coming upon a courtyard, the usher smiled. This shall be your accommodations, 15 rooms in total. Please take a rest, Double Dragon Gathering is about to begin. Please be aware that Double Dragon Manor forbids grudge fight. The consequences of such a fight are dire. Seeing calm as ever, they relax. Our idle talk hasn't caused any damage. Zhuofan nodded as well. I was wondering why the two guards announced our numbers. So it's for our stay here. The guys entered with a smile, with the usher speaking when Fiend Yang was the last. Sir, I'd have to correct you on one thing. The resources given are fixed, with cultivation reaching a point where no amount of resources can help. I reckon you are a venerable in your sect, yes? You must have wasted your fair share of resources too. But coming to Double Dragon Manor isn't always a boon. This is called potential saturation. Having reached your full potential, any more resources will only fatten you up a bit. Fiend Yang's face twitched. He saw the ushers smile, whether from anger or hatred, and his face fell. The others chuckled, going in. He not only heard us but cared a whole deal. It's best to let Fiend Yang take the fall, not like we ran our mouths. The listeners beat it, while the storyteller was left behind with a horrified look. They made me say it. Pointing at the treacherous punks inside, Fiend Yang went in as well. Only the usher was left behind, bearing a chilling smile. Zhuofan toured his new home. Quiet enough, a perfect place to advance. So he turned to the stiffies, take a room, and I'll cure you after, to get ready for the double dragon gathering in a couple of days. Oh! They've been stiffs for 6 months now, and it was time to be relieved of such a burden. Some even had tears in their eyes. Who the hell is hollering there? You threw off my master's hiking mood. A buffed man and an old guy made their way inside. Seeing Zhuofan and the rest sizing their home, he mocked. Why, you're a demon scheming sect? Ha ha ha. What of it? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Who's the leader? You're looking at it. Zhuofan admitted, sizing him up. The tough guy cracked up. The leader is a third-layer radiant stage cultivator and the rest are cripples. Is the demon scheming sect so strapped for talents they sent you fools? I knew it. The only ones we need to look after is Mystical Heaven's sect. Ha ha ha. The demon scheming sect was looking at him like a moron. Hey, boy, do you know why your sect leader sent you here? Having achieved his daily dose of laughter, the tough guy patted Zhuofan's chest in mockery. Ain't it obvious? 'Cause I'm strong. Zhuofan kept mum. Having gotten in his head Zhuofan was shaking in his boots. The tough guy slapped his chest, hollering, That's because yours truly wiped the floor with your elites and had no one to send but you. You have me to thank for getting out of the sect to see the world. Me, Hui Xiong from the beast taming sect. Though all you're good for is gawking, then go back home if you want to keep your lives. The old guy nodded now and then at the side, clearly mocking as well. Oh, so you're expecting thanks for kicking our home and punching the daylights out of the elite. That's why we got to go to the double dragon gathering, is that it? Zhuofan sneered. The others had contempt in their smiles, ignoring or oblivious of the other party's condescending. Hui Xiong stuck out his chest further, if possible, nodding with absolute confidence. I don't much care for your thanks, only urge you to give up when you get on stage. Don't think for a second I'll go easy on some cripples. Your bro here is a man of principle. Flicking his mop of hair, Hui Xiong left, having his fill of humiliating his opponents, with his head held high and a spring in his step. Elder Lu went right after, but not before giving the others one last taunting smile. Zhuofan was out of it for a long time. Well, now that the comic relief is gone, let's get back to business. The rest laughed. Who? Just then, Zhuofan's eyes flashed azure, and all over his body, purple lightning flickered as the red glow on his right arm faded. It was only for a split second, yet enough to make the rest jump in fright. What's wrong? Fiend Yin asked. Zhuofan shook his head, perplexed himself. I don't know. I just felt my heart skip a beat. Strange, just what was it? In a quaint courtyard nearby, a handsome youth in blue robes smiled. Junior brother, this place isn't bad at all. Much better than where we trained. I just feel like sleeping here. A man in his 20s in fine gray clothes replied as he stretched. The first one cursed. Damn brat, all you ever know is to laze off. But this is life. A freak loafer like you gets to replace me as the best talent in Western lands in this competition. I can hardly accept it. Don't worry, senior brother, I won't fight you, the youth in gray began. Then he squinted as an inferno exploded from his body and turned all furniture to ash. Even the first one had to cry out, What's wrong? I don't know, the perplexed youth in gray put on a staunch expression. I just had a feeling, my old enemy is here. Chapter 629. Running into Old Pals. Chapter 629. Running into Old Pals. How is it? Are you all right? Fiend Gui was worried for Zhuofan while the others watched nervously clutching his chest. Zhuofan muttered to himself before easing a breath, "It's nothing, just a feeling. Double Dragon Gathering won't go easy on us." "Tell me something I don't know. Double Dragon Gathering has the greatest powers in Western lands. It'd be strange if it were easy. No one, not even the superior 3 sects, will boast they'll reach their goal." Fiend Yang chuckled and patted his shoulder. "I am most thankful for how much care you have for the sect, but don't beat yourself over it. You said it yourself, to be a superior 3 sect. We didn't even ask you to take us to the top, so why worry? Ha ha ha. You're beating Steward Zhuo over it." The gang twitched, watching Fiend Yang's eyes in silence. Anyone would feel the pressure getting a lower 3 sect to become a superior 3 sect, even Steward Zhuo. "Venerables, isn't your aim a bit off from reality?" Zhuofan's mouth twitched as well, but sighed. "Superior 3 sect it is, nothing to it. Blame my loose mouth." "Ha ha ha, don't say that. It's good for young people to have big dreams." Fiend Yang beamed and patted Zhuofan harder on the shoulder, while Zhuofan's smile was bitter. His eyes were firm. He alone knew what that throb was all about. It came with a warning label, that he was about to meet the biggest threat of his life, like a clash of titans, coming to a head. The winner rose while the loser was vanquished. It was a battle weaved in the fabric of destiny. Does that mean I'll meet my match? Worry bore down on his furrowing brow. Knock. Everyone turned to the door as a man in gray stood there, an ethereal stage cultivator, and just as plain as the usher the man bowed and smiled. "People of the demon scheming sect, I ask that your honored elders and venerables will be coming to Heaven-Reaching Pavilion to discuss the Double Dragon Gathering. We're the ones. Please lead the way, brother." Fiend Yang bowed. He had enough getting on one caddy's bad side. The fiends dumped everything in Zhuofan's lap. As they followed the man, Zhuofan turned to his people, face hard, voice calm. "Right, let's get this done. Pick a room and eat this, then meditate." Zhuofan threw each of them a vial. Kuei Gang perked up. "Heaven-reaching pill? It can heal meridians and renew life, but it's also zombie pill's antidote. Taking this will transform your bodies." "Haven't we taken it already? You said it only works once." Kuei Gang asked. Zhuofan nodded. "Its effect will only work once, but does not equal removing the poison. Your progress from removing it will have a lesser effect than when you took this pill the first time." Everyone nodded. It didn't change the fact that Tai Ying and all others that took it once felt they were losing out. It was plain to see the biggest effect came from getting zombie pill to stiffen you up before overcoming it with the heaven-reaching pill. Ah, what a shame, wasting such a pill just to remove some poison. Ignorant of the fact that by not taking it the first time, they wouldn't be alive to take it the second time. Zhuofan shook his head. They withdrew to their chambers and began the process while Zhuofan set up a defensive array. Knock. The gentle rapping on the door was just like the first. Zhuofan spoke. "The venerables have left for Heaven-Reaching Pavilion." "What is the dash?" That was no man standing at the door, not with that figure. The two women brought a smile to his lips. "Schwanger Yongning, what are you doing here?" The two shared a long look before squealing at him. "Zhuofan? Wait, back up, what's going on here?" Stopping the two out of reach, Zhuofan asked, "Don't tell me you're joining the Double Dragon Gathering too." The two gave a dry laugh. Yongning began, "We're not you, some fighting junkie. We only came to watch." "Watch?" Schwanger nodded. "The Double Dragon Gathering decides the positions of the 9 sects, their resources, and their territory. Each nation sends a delegation to understand these changes that might affect their future. Taking the Demon Scheming sect as an example, if you become a middle 3 sect, you will be offered a much greater territory and resources, even having a whole empire under it." Zhuofan's eyes shook. That's why the Demon Scheming sects higher-up stress so much about this tournament. They would pay anything if it means getting amazing rewards and more resources. Win now to benefit for centuries. With more land and resources, a sect could grow to unseen heights, and it all rested on Double Dragon Gathering's outcome. Zhuofan was pensive. You're telling me a middle 3 sect has an empire all to itself? While a lower 3 sect can only get a third, like Tianyu's 3 guardian sects. Yes and no. What matters here is the resource allocation. Cocking her head, Yongning had a faint smile. Look at Beast Taming Sect, they are a lower 3 sect, but as they are from the Chuanrong Empire, with little resources harvested there, you can say they have a sole empire under them. Tianyu, bordering the Chuanrong Empire, is rich in resources. So much so that it has 2 lower 3 sects and a middle 3 sect sharing its hall. As for the superior 3 sects, they each have a large empire, with tens of more resources than us. That's why the late emperor made a deal with Chuanrong in secret. By ceding land, he affected the sects' gains and ultimately their future. Any accord between nations is for them to settle, the sects can't interfere. This is a rule of Double Dragon Manor, all to prevent the western lands from plunging into chaos. Schwanger added, recalling the old wound. Yongning looked dispirited. Zhuofan was reminded of Xia Weiyue's words and now knew the true leader of western lands. It's all Double Dragon Manor's tactic to keep western lands' strength up. In this grand design, the empires were but ant swarms, each toiling over extracting resources. As long as nothing interfered with them, the income would be constant. While the allocation was all decided in the Double Dragon Gathering, based on their efforts the sects would stem any budding chaos from growing out of hand while also banned from interfering with an empire's ruling just so the western lands would keep their peace. Each is a cog in western lands' machine to ramp up the power. By controlling the 9 sects, Double Dragon Manor controlled western lands. It's all so simple, yet much more far-reaching than it seems, with incredible results. Zhuofan's eyes shone. A snort reached the trio's ears, butting into their friendly talk, just like an animal pen, rearing them for slaughter. Who does Double Dragon Manor think it is? Zhuofan stared to see a very familiar man at the table. An unkempt man with a red nose was gulping down from his flask. The others had one feeling watching him. Lonesome, Senior, are you from Double Dragon Manor? Zhuofan probed. The guy was so strong even he didn't notice him coming in. Making it that much easier to die if the old man wanted to. The drunkard sneered. Double Dragon Manor, ha ha ha, that was before. Chapter 630, Alike. Chapter 630, Alike. Before. Is he an exiled disciple? But how did he get in? Any sect would have warned itself against its exiles. That goes double for Double Dragon Manor. Zhuofan was filled with questions. The drunkard chuckled. Ha ha ha, they can try all they like to keep me out, but it won't work. There's not a place out there I can't reach. Cocky. Zhuofan jerked and even felt respect, but more than anything, on alert. At best, those words will make him a hero. At worst, a criminal. If he lost it, nothing could stop him from doing whatever the hell he wanted. Back up, why does that sound familiar? It sounds oddly similar to me. Racking his brains, he came to one conclusion. The old man and I are so alike. The drunkard had a thin smile. Lighten up, you've given me wine and I find you to my liking, so I won't be hard on you. Then he turned a ridiculing smile at the girls. They shuddered back, tense. His simple presence sent fear deep into their bones. Ha ha ha, I'm not one to pick on girls. He chuckled. Tianyu's princess, I take it. Ha ha ha, I heard what happened to your empire and what you said. Tell me, do you think your father was right? Yun Shuang paused. He may be my father, but he sold out his nation. He's no different than letting evil in. Ha ha ha, what a just princess. What then if he only ceded the land while no soldiers came in? The drunkard laughed. Yongning hesitated. Isn't that the same? Not even close. The drunkard shook his head. An enemy invasion means pillaging and slaughter, while ceding some land does not include such cruel actions. Nevertheless, the land is the royal family's, and the common man has not one stake in it. Regardless of the master, The common people will still be worked to the bones for their lords, so what's the difference? Win or lose, the populace suffers all the same. That being said, Double Dragon Manor, the sect and even empires, all they're doing is raising cattle. So they could suck the blood and marrow from their weary bodies. The trio looked at each other with a start and their hearts sank. Xuefan pondered. Double Dragon Manor offers stability to Western lands' powers and guarantees growth. A stroke of genius, one might say. Won't letting Western lands grow weaker draw invaders in? The fate of the people then would be far worse. Bullshit! The drunkard sneered. Nothing but a goddamn excuse. They're only after guarding the sacred mines, a cultivator's interests, and not giving a single lick about some weary nobodies. Let's say the central area invades, you think they'd go after the people, the ant? No, all they care about is taking the resources. They need these ants to mine the stuff just like Double Dragon Manor does. Xuefan chilled and hinted at the girls to not aggravate him further. The drunkard caught him and flicked his hand. Sorry, I forgot myself. Every time I talk about this I get riled up. I used to be just like you, thinking the best of the Western lands, with hardly any heavy conflicts, filled with peace and prosperity. It all changed from one meeting. A woman. Yongning's eyes lit up. The drunkard exclaimed, "Girl, how did you know? Isn't it obvious? Only a woman can change a man." Yongning stuck out her proud chest. The drunkard had a cheerful smile. You girls sure know a lot. Just how many did you change? You can't slander me. I'm innocent. I didn't change 1 inch, and she sneaked a peek at Xuefan. Xuefan said, Senior, just ignore her, she has her head in the clouds from too many perfect matches stories. Perfect match? Ha ha ha, sometimes that isn't far from reality either. The drunkard sighed, going down memory lane. I used to be a young man with dignity and elegance traveling the world. But after meeting her one time too many, that foolishly naive princess had trapped me in the secular world. I found her the most pitifully foolish girl. A princess, fond of walking among her people, falling for the most obvious scams yet never regretting it. Xuefan muttered, Senior, such a dopey girl, oblivious to the dangers of human society, will one day die from it. If I were you, I'd cut all ties with her so I'd not fall as well. What's my intention to you, anyway? The drunkard raised an eyebrow. Xuefan shrugged. He fell for it. The drunkard's face took a softer tone. Women are like water. Men sometimes need them by their side to comfort them. Though on many occasions, her naive and foolish attitude drove me up the walls and got me in much trouble. Thinking about it, none of it mattered. It's not my fault I was awesome, wishing to take her burden. On cue, the girls whipped their dewy eyes on Xuefan. The drunkard reminds me of someone. Just like Steward Joie, who likes taking others' burdens. Scratching his chin, Xuefan remained silent, his eyes avoiding their piercing stare, only to later realize, even all my power had reached its limit. I wanted to fight those scheming geezers so much, yet was unable to. The drunkard's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. That year, their neighboring kingdom attacked her homeland. The sect in charge of its well-being saw the lands were safe and ignored them, leaving the people at the border to suffer. She was plagued with worry for them. I even defied Double Dragon Manor's rule in not interfering many times, only to be accused by the enemy and forced back to the sect to receive my punishment. Our separation would be final. Did something happen to her? Yongning was absorbed in the story. Xuefan rolled his eyes. Girl, you really have read too many stories. The drunkard's face was hard and scary. With me gone, the masterminds enacted their real plan. While they harassed the border, a group made contact with the princess. They enticed her into moving the defense 1,000 miles inward, at a mountain range, which made it easier to defend. This way both sides' people would be spared. She fell for it completely. By stealing the Emperor's seal, she signed a ceding agreement. The enemy used it to force the defending general to draw back and take the rich stretch of land. By the time the emperor found out, it was too late. The sects overlooking the empire were outraged, fanning the population's flames and making the royal family abdicate while condemning the princess to execution for high treason. The news came to me in the last hour, when I could do nothing to help. I reached only to see her corpse and could only hear the mob's accusations and mockeries. They were clearly plotting against the princess. Zhuofan noticed the drunkard's hard stare and rectified his speech. Senior, this might not be my place to say this, but if it were me, I'd slaughter a bunch of them to put the fear of me in their hearts and let them know she was under my wing. At worst, I'll just get punished in the sect. But the result would be different. Finding that no rules will hold you back, they'll never make a move against the princess. But by obeying the sect's orders like a good child, they acted regardless of how strong you were. Since the sect's rules bound you, you could do nothing. Even if you did, they'd just rat you out to Double Dragon Manor. All you had to do was go berserk from the start. The drunkard nodded. I regretted it so much not being a demonic cultivator back then. Having your recklessness, she would have still been alive. But I knew it was all but too late, bound by righteous rules while those bastards clapped in joy. With a bone-deep hatred evident in his eyes, the drunkard relived that day before the trio. Chapter 631 Danqing Shen. Chapter 631 Danqing Shen. Senior, calm down. Zhuofan intervened, seeing the drunkard's foul mood, wishing he wouldn't go on a drunken craze for now Yongning. The ever-dreamy lass was too caught up in the story to care. What then? Zhuofan rolled his eyes, feeling like kicking her out. He's bearing his soul's greatest pain here, yet you want to carve him up for the juicy bits? Are you suicidal? The drunkard turned heavy, his jaw tight. Then I rushed to the enemy nation, slaughtering the royal family, and killed my way through its guardian sect, throwing their nameplate into a bonfire. Nice one. Zhuofan clapped with honest praise, hoping, if anything, it would curb the drunken craze for a while longer, though all he heard was a sigh, followed by a dark face. Boy, you'd be better off removed from this world. You'll sooner or later plunge it into hell. Ugh! Zhuofan jerked. His mouth curled in disdain. He thought himself was the biggest rogue out there, only to find his match in an drunkard. You're the one purging clans and stirring sects, so what are you doing making me the menace? I'll have you know I do not purge clans or sects, well, not in this life. The drunkard smiled, pointing at his chest. Boy, you're tough, shrewd, and brave. The only downside is your heart's unsteady. Then again, which demonic cultivator ever had a firm heart? I've hardly seen any even among righteous cultivators, not even myself have one, ha ha ha. With a self-deprecating smile, the drunkard continued, the mess I caused then forced Double Dragon Manor to come after me. But who do they take me for, to just fall just like that? While the first time I came to receive the sect's punishment willingly, this time I was in too much pain to care about anything. I saw the whole world as my enemy, and when I returned to the sect, I killed anyone in sight. Whichever of the 10 sects of Western lands I set foot on, all were left in chaos and burning. It was a warning to never try to use rules on me, and to leave me the hell alone. But what was the point? Just some tantrum since she didn't come back. The drunkard shouted, his eyes bloodshot, yet shook his head in the end. I was only after one sect at first, but the rage consumed me. I targeted all of them like a true madman. Zhuofan's heart sank, his eyes looking everywhere. Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard it before? With a gulp of wine, the drunkard laughed. I was this close to losing my mind in the madness, to let my demon control me. How did you crawl back? Like a good child listening to a bedtime story, Yongning stared with big eyes, eager to hear the end. The drunkard smirked at her interest, finding the audience pleasing. I have to thank her for that. Taken over by madness as I was, I stumbled upon her lady-in-waiting, bringing me her will. She hadn't been fooled and knew it all along. It was all a trap. He sighed. She knew it was the enemy's scheme and that it would ruin her clan, but also knew if the land was turned over to the enemy, they wouldn't suffer. Whether the proposal was right or wrong, it all came down to the ruler's judgment. It brought me back to the time we talked about our dreams of peace on earth. But how many could achieve it? Righteous cultivators hide behind justice when they take it all, where in fact, all they had were demons. And do I need to say anything about demonic cultivators? You said Double Dragon Manor protects Western Land's peace, while I say it has no moral behind it, making it just another cesspool of greed and power plays. The people are nothing more than dead men walking, destroying themselves, all under a false peace. Lass, tell me, was it wrong of her to cede her land? The drunkard set his eyes on Yongning. Yongning paused. As long as the people had a better life afterward. Aren't empires supposed to protect the people? Ha ha ha, how clever you are! The drunkard laughed. Only caring about the common good, you're just as foolish as her, yet smarter than all the others. The true fool here is none other than me, saying I wanted to build a perfect world. And what did I get? Her death, and I running amok across Western Land. Such a fool I was. Zhuofan sympathized with a pat on his shoulder. Ha ha ha, senior, men tell nothing but lies in their pursuit of women, spewing great and impressive things. Oh, bite me, I'm not that shameless like you. I was always truthful to her. The drunkard glared. I just knew your heart is skewed. But the more it is, the more you should search for a lass with her heart in the right place, to bring you back on the straight and narrow. Just like her. You said she was foolish, ha ha ha, when she was just so kind. Zhuofan jerked and frowned, having felt this before. The drunkard's feelings for the princess were just like his for Ninger. By the looks of it, masterminds of their caliber needed a naive sidekick to keep their minds stable. They were the only people capable of bringing peace of mind in this world of lies and deceit. Dangling the flask over his open mouth, yet not a drop came to soothe his suffering, the drunkard sighed. Out of wine, again. I gotta get myself some more. It's a rare sight meeting young folk willing to listen to my ramblings. If luck has it, I'll lend a hand the next time, though it better be a trifle. Something like messing with a sect is more within my skill set, but you'll have to give me something for that. What? Zhuofan asked in glee. With this old coot's strength, having him owe me, it'll be like having a god on my side. The drunkard pondered. A painting I drew for her, and my greatest work. A shame it got lost with the decline of her clan. I even got the word out that I'd do anything to he who brought it to me. So many years have passed, yet not one word. I may never see it again. The drunkard just turned and was gone. Zhuofan started. Senior, what does the painting look like? My painting is quite famous, lads of our nation. The drunkard's voice echoed back now. The familiarity of it all was nagging his brain to an annoying degree. Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. Lads of our nation? That means he's Western Land's strongest man, Danqing Shen. The girls jerked. We also heard of this legend. He's still alive after 1,000 years? Where's the painting? Doesn't Tianyu have it somewhere? Zhuofan turned to Yongning. This was the chance to get a peek expert at his beck and call. Yongning started, then her face fell. When you went to the imperial capital last time, after third brother's coronation, the painting was gone. He wanted to use it as a betrothal gift for Long Kue, but it hasn't been found anywhere in the treasury. Damn that pile of blubber. He screws up right when it matters. Zhuofan sighed. That time the painting was there, but not the person. Now that he found the owner, the painting was missing. Though they lost the chance to get Danqing Shen to owe them, so did Tianyu's imperial family. Knowing Fatty, he'd use it to get the empire back in his hands. The fate of the Luo clan is obvious. Zhuofan nodded. That's good, very good. In the heaven-reaching pavilion, 2 old men sat at the head of the room. One had white hair and sharp eyes, and the other had raven hair, a long beard, and a heavy complexion. Below them sat the ethereal stage experts from every sect. It's settled. Double Dragon Gathering will begin in 3 days. The same rule applies, starting with the lower 3 sections. You may withdraw. The White Elder said. The men bowed and left. Understood. Someone rushed inside. Something is wrong with the barrier. What? The White Elder asked. The man spoke restlessly. The doors have opened 9 times, for every sect, yet there has been a 10th time. You may go, but be on guard. Yes, sir. The man saluted and left. With the silence reinstated, the White Elder began. Only through special gestures and enough strength can one enter the barrier without a sound. Do you suppose he came? He's the only one in Western lands so familiar with Double Dragon Manor, and so brazen to do it right under our noses. But why would he come now? I hope it's not to cause trouble. The black-haired elder closed his eyes. The White Elder nodded and sighed. Our most prized pupil has returned. Why? Chapter 632, Advancement Galore. Chapter 632, Advancement Galore. In 3 days. Zhuofan faced the returned fiends with a hard face, then eyed every door the disciples were using. That's a little tight. Venerables, couldn't you stall for a bit? We're quite short on time. Fiend Yang bristled. You wanted us, 3 little guys, to change the mind of a room packed with worthies? Sure, you're tight on time now, but what the hell did you do a few days ago? We asked you to cure them, but you just wouldn't have it. It all comes down to luck again. Zhuofan turned a deaf ear to his complaints, deflecting the issue. Fiend Yang was outraged. For crying out loud, Zhuofan, you're the leader of the demon scheming sect, so start acting like one. What luck? Don't tell me you didn't plan for this. And what's the deal with those girls? Why are they still here? Is this how a leader acts? Fiend Yang rambled on, blustering, cursing. Zhuofan's only saving grace was that he wasn't being torn into right now with the 2 extra fiends around. Zhuofan shrugged and whistled a nameless tune. While his innards were cooking some master plan by his calculations, 3 days ought to get all the boys out, though who could vouch for it? Some might feel like dragging it out for half a month. Instead, Demon Scheming Sect was the only one having just come to Double Dragon Manor, and got into advancing as a last-ditch effort. The other sects would be startled at the news. Dude, are your disciples chilling? Can't they feel the pressure? The fight is just around the corner, yet they're in the mood to advance? What friggin' use would it be now? Having poisoned the guys for months into walking like zombies, Zhuofan knew for a fact curing them now got them in the best mood. Here's the plan, you guys stall, but not for long since I'll go in alone. You alone will do shit. Fiend Yang sprayed his discontent. Is this a joke to you, a play? The fighting is set by drawing lots, with a member must be fighting once. Are you going to draw 10 lots by yourself? Fiend Gui shook his head. While you're worth 10 men, the rules forbid you from fighting more than once. It all depends on all your rankings where our sect lies. That's why your strength hardly matters, while effective in group battles. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Double Dragon Gathering has so many rules. Won't it be faster if everyone just ganged up? Ha ha ha, it's a thorough test of a sect's potential. Fiend Een forced a smile. He's sometimes the most cunning mastermind, and other times the simplest dolt. That leaves us with our hands tied. No choice but to leave it to fate. I'll leave you to fate, all right, just let me. Fiend Yang snapped. A good thing his fellow fiends were there to stop him from flattening Zhuofan while Zhuofan was taking it way too easy. The venerables were by themselves in worry, praying to the heavens above that their disciples would make it in time. Their pleas went unanswered for 3 days, emphasizing the despair. Well, sure, they could drag them out, but it would have the opposite effect, even lowering their progress. Knock. A most familiar sound came from outside, presenting a man in gray with a bow. Demon Scheming Sect, the Double Dragon Gathering is starting, yet we do not see you present. The Elder sent me to get you. Fiend Yang's mouth twitched, sighing at Zhuofan. What now? Stall. Zhuofan spoke. Fiend Yang glared one last time, like it ever helped. Ow, my tummy. You guys didn't wash it and now I have indigestion. We are all cultivators, honored guests, we do not offer breakfast either. With your cultivation, such a case is impossible. Did you take some poisoned pill perhaps? The man was unimpressed. The portly fiend blushed hard. Ha ha ha, now that you mention it, I'm cured. Dumbass. Juefan and company. Unanimous reaction. Shall we go then? He led the way while watching them. I've seen my fair share of cowards, but you are a different breed entirely. Getting sick just before getting on stage? What did you come here for anyway? Crazy. Fiend Yang's face sank, glaring at Juefan behind him. Punk, today's humiliation is on you. We stalled for you, so you better get back our dignity. Or else is your head. Fiend Yang snorted after the two. What's your dignity got to do with me? I didn't tell you to show off. Juefan rolled his eyes, even as his brow never relaxed, seeing the doors closed still behind. Just how high are the brats aiming? A powerful vibe came from a room, perking Juefan up. Chi Chong Long. Followed closely by many more other rooms. Juefan grinned. They're coming out of their shell at last. Now fly, my pretties, ha ha ha. The huge stage had seats all around it, all taken by dignitaries for this or that empire, all to bear witness to the Sects' power. Yongning and Yun Shuang were eagerly awaiting the ever-delayed coming of the demon-scheming sect. Mystical Heaven Sect and Beast-Taming Sect were present, waiting on the stage to draw lots. Before them was an elder with white hair. The judge exalted Double Dragon had no interest in the lower three sects. Sending an elder was already courtesy enough. It sure put a sad face on all those looking forward to seeing Western Land's strongest elder. The demon-scheming sect is here. A man in gray bowed before the elder. He left, but not without sending one disdainful look at the trio behind him. The elder frowned. Venerables, why do I see only you three? What of the disciples? Well, the trio looked at each other, lost. Fiend Yang chose to take the brunt of it. Elder, the disciples are delayed and will be here shortly. Ha ha ha, talk about a disgrace. They're too scared to meet yours truly. A most arrogant and self-important voice declared. Hui Xiong, of course. He strutted in the center, overlooking his audience. Half a year ago, I wiped the floor with demon-scheming Sects elites. Now they had no one to send and threw in their worst and weakest. Their leader is even a third-layer radiant stage child. Some damn elders from the secular world would have been way better. In my moment of weakness and generosity, I advised them against this, and I see now they had an epiphany to not come. Ha ha ha, they ran away. The ring was in a clamor. Did the demon-scheming sect get scared? How embarrassing, worse than losing. This never happened ever, not at Double Dragon Gathering. The judge frowned at Fiend Yang. The fiends had no way of explaining, just seething in anger. Hui Xiong, in his infinite arrogance, took it as a sign. He hit it right on the money, laughing at Mystical Heaven Sect. The leader of the lower three sects will be decided between us now. Mystical Heaven Sects lasses rolled their eyes. They were sensible to not believe an idiot when they saw one, especially after Juefan's display of power. Young Master Zhou scared? Who are you kidding? Does this guy think he can fight a superior three sects disciple as well? Hui Xiong flared his nostrils in anger. Who is that? Heads whipped around, only to be stunned. What were they doing here? Chapter 633, Rolling In. Chapter 633, Rolling In. To the shock of all present, three people, all bearing similar features, strolled in with an evil smile. None other than Demon Soul Sects brothers. Glancing at the two teams on stage, eldest young Master Han frowned. Demon Scheming Sect isn't here yet. It doesn't look like it, brother. Should we wait for them? Third young Master Han spun his eyes around for that familiar and infuriating figure and proposed this once he didn't find him. Eldest young Master gave a curt nod as he walked on stage. I was dying to see this freak that got you both so tense. Ha ha ha, brother. He'll make a great adversary. The other two chipped in while they were walking to the highest seat like they owned the place. The rest of the crowd was dumbfounded. What is Demon Soul Sect's best seed, Han Yunfeng, doing by coming to a meager scramble between the lower three sects? It can't be that someone caught his attention, right? No way. Demon Soul Sect is a middle three sect, as strong as ever, and by no means could someone from the lower three sects contend. I reckon young Master Han alone can take on all of the lower three sections. That makes sense. But how do you explain his presence here? He got bored, so he went out for a stroll. What else is there, ha ha ha. That's simple. The people were bustling with scenarios and thought about the situation, why the trio just waltzed in and their purposes here, yet missed the target by a mile. They weren't the only ones taken aback. Even the judging elder frowned in suspicion. The sects had a clear hierarchy where strength meant everything. The superior three sects disdained the middle three sects, and the latter scorned the lower three sections. It had always been this way for the thousands of years the Double Dragon Gathering had been holding, yet this time, the Demon Soul Sect came on its own to watch the lower three sects fight. Why? Is Demon Soul Sect's strength on the lower side this time, and do they fear someone from the lower three sects is going to take their place, so they came to scout? The judge's frown deepened, and he eyed the trio's cultivation and shook his head in even more puzzlement. Nah, it can't be. At their level, they have no worry about their place being taken. That only leaves boredom, but are they really bored? All in all, the presence of such a mighty power at this meager stage gave the lower three sects a glorious honor. No matter how bored they get, these are the core of Demon Soul Sect's disciples. There's no way they'd lower themselves for others' benefit. The elder's skepticism was in full bloom to understand the crux of it all. Shui Ruohua and the other girls just glared at the trio. They gnashed their teeth, and flames sparked in their eyes at the sight of them when they fought for a spiritual herb. Shui Ruohua ended up with a heavy wound by that third young master's hand, which turned out to be a pain to heal. She wouldn't soon forget such a grudge, and the mystical heaven sex girls wouldn't either. Third young Master Han picked up on the growing hate he garnered and snickered at the girls' powerless glares. He rolled his pinky around with a mocking smile. Bunch of broads, not even worth hating. Shui Ruohua's face twisted in rage, her fists bunched tight. Elder Yun spoke coldly. Ruohua, calm down, our goal is the head of the lower three sects, not the middle three sections. Don't make a scene. Are you that confident? With some anger still obvious on the girls' faces, they cooled down somewhat, watching the elders with an odd look. Elder Yun mentioned this 3 months ago. Yet you still have such high expectations? And where are you putting the demon scheming sect then? Recalling Zhuofan's brutal power, Elder Yun coughed with red cheeks, changing the subject. The second place isn't that bad either. Do your best. That was more like it, and everyone breathed easier. They feared the elder was going to sick them on the demon scheming sect. That would be plain suicide, giving their lives away for nothing. Ha ha ha, good, so you do know your limits. You know the head of the lower three sects can only belong to the beast-taming sect. You are wise to back down and take second place. The incoming mockery caught their attention. They all frowned and saw the infinitely arrogant Hui Xiong. Snickering, they all wrote him off from their memory, yet Hui Xiong, in his infinite wisdom, saw it as a sign of weakness, balking under his awesome presence. His laughter grew even more outrageous. A wise man knows when to quit. There's no shame in knowing your place beneath me, no need to be so downcast. You still have that demon scheming sect filled with cripples under you. I am someone the Demon Soul Sect's 3 young masters had their eye on. You caught their attention? Shui Ruohua eyed Hui Xiong skeptically, like the fool he was. The judge's beard shook, sizing Hui Xiong up and down, then shaking his head. Beast-taming sect's disciples have the right attitude, but perhaps too right. Oblivious to the weird looks he received, Hui Xiong puffed up his chest in pride. After my master and I challenged the demon scheming sect's elites and wiped the floor with them, on our way down, we stumbled upon second young Master Han. After hearing of my glorious feat, they had only respect for me, singing praises of me. My master bore witness as well. You can just ask him. Elder Lu grinned from ear to ear, nodding all the while. Even he believed that the demon soul sect's praises at that time were completely and utterly genuine. Second young Master Han stood up, his face twitching and lost for words. Is this pair of master-disciple dumb or dumber? Sure, one didn't always get the thick irony even if it was pointed out to them, but this was absurd. So much time passed, yet you still haven't figured it out? Is it the empty heads or utter ignorance at fault here? Sigh, such are the trappings of greatness. But to think my brilliant aura would be so blinding, for even the young masters of the demon soul sect to see me as their match, I am getting nervous. Hui Xiong gave a theatrical sigh, cupping his hands at the said figures in the stands. Young masters, rest easy, I know your thoughts perfectly. As the one you recognize the strongest, I will take the leading position of the lower three sects and defer to you, to show my undying respect for the grace you bestowed upon me. A clamor rose among the audience. They were all taken in by Hui Xiong's heroic display and recognition of other heroes as he addressed the high-placed young masters. He's but a peak radiant stage, yet he garnered the attention of the three young masters to the point they came to see him fight. We better keep an eye on this Hui Xiong. He might very well be a dark horse. Smiley face, yes, his name literally means grizzly bear. The people gesticulated and pointed, with all eyes on this black bear. Han Yunfeng's face twitched, and he eyed second young Master Han. Brother, where did you meet this moron? We barely exchanged a couple of words, yet he took them at face value. But what's even more ridiculous is his master believing them too. Humph, like master, like disciple. Getting used by these ignorant and oblivious morons leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Han Yunfeng grumbled. Second young Master Han was getting angry as well. Should I go down and sort it out? Sort what out? The bigger he is, the harder he'll fall. He'll soon get the reward that it's coming to him, don't you worry. Han Yunfeng grinned. His brothers snickered. Whoosh. A flash of red spiked the temperature around the stage. A redhead youth towered before the crowd, just 100 meters from the Han brothers, his cold eyes staring at the stage. Hasn't that freak arrived yet? Superior 3 Sect Hellion Flame's best seed, Yenmo? Han Yunfeng watched the redhead with a shocked look. He wasn't the only one. Everyone here was stunned as he was such a heavy name and showed his presence here. What was going on here? First is the best seed from the middle 3 sects, and now it's the best disciple from the superior 3 sections. Do the lower 3 sects have some kind of inhumane being? Did the lower 3 sects have someone that could threaten the superior 3 sects disciples? This was too astonishing. Superior 3 sects and lower 3 sects were worlds apart, and the same applied to their disciples, yet Yen Mo came here. How would they explain that? Was he just as bored as the rest of them? Just how bored can you be, coming to the Double Dragon gathering? Brother, what's this freak doing here? Second young Master Han frowned. Han Yunfeng shook his head, just as curious. How should I know? There's no way he came by chance either. I just hope he didn't come to see the same guy we have our eyes on. That would be the pits. What? Third young Master Han gasped. Han Yunfeng squinted. Can't you tell? For Yen Mo to be so serious in looking after his target, that man must be truly powerful. His brothers shuddered in shock. Chapter 634 Intense Attack. Chapter 634 Intense Attack. Yen Mo. Shui Ruohua's eyes were full of hate and rage. The memory was still fresh in her mind of how this demon toyed with her sisters to death. Shui Ruohua's eyes were bloodshot. Her junior sisters picked up on her distress and glared at Yen Mo with the same revulsion and disgust. Not that the redhead cared, having better things to do than mind nobodies, like searching for a certain deadly and familiar someone. Ruohua, quiet down. This is the Double Dragon Manor. Elder Yun held her shoulder with a warning. We can't touch Yen Mo even if we want to. Hellion Flame has his back. Shui Ruahua's face sank and she sighed. All her sister's suffering and cruel treatment were now for nothing. She couldn't even avenge them. Her nails dug deep in her palms, enough to draw blood. She felt utterly helpless and futile. Even Hui Xiong was taken aback by Yen Mo's coming. Then he said in tears, "Master, do you see? Yen Mo has come to see me. This attention is dangerous, but it proves your strength has reached the ears of Hellion Flame's first seed. I am proud to have you." Elder Lu was touched to the core. The crowd was reeling in unison and looked at the weird pair with scorn. There's got to be a limit to how self-absorbed one can be. How did they just jump to the conclusion Yen Mo came for them as well? Why the hell would a fifth-layer ethereal stage expert care about some nobody still in the radiant stage? Dude, rein in your narcissistic tendencies if you know what's good for you. The judge shook his head, ignoring how the self-important idiots got their unfounded confidence from. He was more interested to know what got a middle 3 sect and a superior 3 sect to come at a measly lower 3 sects fights. He scanned the 2 sects below, then looked over the roster and the respective levels, and the judge's suspicion grew. Not one among them is worth this much attention. Whatever, it'll all be made clear once it starts. The judge turned to them and shouted, "We've waited long enough. Time to draw lots. Single battles will be fought in the form of tag teams. There are 3 numbers inside. The first and second will fight, while the third will fight the loser of the first fight and then the winner of the first match. These 3 rounds will determine your performance and evaluation." The judge's hands lit up and presented a bamboo tube holding the 3 numbers. Mystical Heaven Sect and Beast Taming Sect's elders stepped forward to draw. The fiends, however, only watched the entrance, catching no shadow of Zhuofan and the rest, and their anxiety mounted. Elder, our people are running late. Could we maybe wait for a while longer?" Rubbing his greasy palms, Fiend Yang Fan the judge stared back at him like a whitewashed wall, but without all the emotion. "The time is up, and no one will wait for you. So hurry up and draw your lot. If you're lucky to draw third, you will have bought yourself the time." "I understand, I do, but—" Fiend Yang scratched his cheek, looking lost at the elder while pacing around. The elder snapped, "Draw now or forfeit." "I will." "Sheesh, it's just a number." Fiend Yang's mouth sank, and he noticed his 2 pals were just as conflicted. So he moved in closer. "Fiend Yang, make it damn good." "You do it then." Fiend Yang barely took a step, and they shouted at him. Enraged, he glared back and gave a reply of his own. Fiend Yin shrugged, flicking his hand, "Forget I said anything." With gloom seeping out of every pore, Fiend Yang dragged his feet to the judge under the snicker of the opponent's elders. His face sank and roared with all his fury, cursing Zhuofan's entire lineage. In his mind, that is, damn that wretched brat. What the hell is taking him so long? Now I'm the patsy. Venerable Yang, please. Elder Yun snickered as he made an exaggerated flourish for him to go first, with the kindest of intentions, of course. Elder Lu had a taunting look constantly plastered on his face. Fiend Yang's face twitched, and he glared at Elder Yun. "If it weren't for us, this old coot would be dead. Now he's laughing it up at my expense. You haven't heard the last of me." Venting a bit on the inside to cool the towering fury, Fiend Yang set his jaw and stuffed his fat hand inside for the number. But the number was anything but reassuring, going by his tearful and devastated eyes. "What's the number?" Fiend Gui asked. Fiend Yang was greatly ashamed as he gave it to the others. "Sorry, my luck's in the pits today. I picked number 1. Ha ha ha. The other fiends sighed, while the opponent's elders laughed at his misfortune. Their disciples were still dragging their feet. Now that they had to go first, they'd be losing points. Talk about starting off on the wrong foot. Watching the 2 gloat and enjoying others' pain, Fiend Yang could do nothing but bottle it up. The 2 coots were taking their sweet time drawing their own numbers, with as much flair as possible. Beast Taming Sect was number 2, Fighting Demon Scheming Sect, while Mystical Heaven Sect was number 3. Woe is me, Here I was going to showcase the full extent of my sect's prowess, but how could I when the demon-scheming sect falls short? I urged them not to come, and they actually listened. I'm sorry I'd have to take this easy win from you, I really am, ha ha ha. Hui Xiong's arrogance knew no bounds, his head swelling with unfounded pride. The fiends were seething, their hearts flaming mad. Not like they could act on it, not here, at the Double Dragon gathering with the demon-scheming sect's disciples failing to show on time. Why don't you fight us instead? Everyone set their eyes on Shui Ruohua, cupping their hands. Then she bowed at the judge, smiling. Fiend Yang thanked her. You're truly kind, girl. Elder, Mystical Heaven Sect is willing to take our place. Let them go first. Nonsense, when did we agree? Elder Yun's outraged shout echoed and bowed to the judge. Elder, my disciple doesn't know what she's saying. Then he glared at Shui Ruohua. What are you standing around for? Get back. Shui Ruohua gave Fiend Yang an apologetic look and sighed. Going back to her sisters, she saw this as a good chance to pay back the favor of having the demon-scheming sect save them. But she knew the elder's intent even more. Zhuofan was far too strong, letting them have a round's handicap couldn't be better. But this in turn was immoral and unethical. It was burning bridges once one had got what he wanted. The girls felt for Shui Ruohua, finding Elder Yun's choice highly improper. Chu Qingqing, the once leader of the Drifting Flowers edifices, had been through many scraps of all kinds. Senior sister, we are adversaries now and there's no need to show mercy. Besides, this little hiccup will hardly stall him. The other started. Isn't Qingqing on young Master Zhuo's side? Why is she not minding this? Did their love turn into hatred? None of them truly knew Zhuofan, not like Chu Qingqing. She knew full well what he needed, and what he had no desire for, just like now. He didn't need their help over such a trifle. Chu Qingqing had a vague smile. "Oh, Yun, you call yourself a man and a righteous cultivator on top of that? You're worse than a child." Fiend Yang mocked him. Elder Yun deflected. "There's nothing between our sections. You explained what happened clearly, that it was just running into each other. What's so wrong with both of us taking the same path? We owe you nothing. Now that we are rivals, it goes double. We don't have to do anything for you." "Why you?" Fiend Yang started with a red face. He hated Mystical Heaven Sect's cruel heart. He wouldn't have helped if he knew it then. They were better off dead at Yen Mo's hand. The others looked on curiously, unaware of what happened between them. As the mastermind behind the troubles, Yen Mo knew too well, but even he couldn't take the clan's hypocrisy. Righteous sect, all right, nothing but fake ass and ungrateful pricks that even I feel sorry for the demon-scheming sect. They can't fight either because of this. It's truly a shame, especially that guy. Yen Mo rubbed his chin. The Han brothers eyed him, waiting for the guest of honor. Yongning and Shuang'er were tense, their hearts in their throats. Are demon-scheming sect's disciples coming or not? If they aren't, this round will be forfeit. The judge declared. The fiends were getting nervous while beast-taming sect's side was puffing out their chests. Any more and they'd pop. Then came a surreal aura of unimaginable power, making everyone gasp. It was soon followed by a very particular and well-known voice. "Ha ha ha, my bad. Demon-scheming sect has arrived." Chapter 635, Gap. Chapter 635, Gap. At long last, all people, without fail, turned toward the entrance. The great Han brothers and Yen Mo were no exception. The fiends' eyes sparkled, thanking their ancestors, the gods above and below. They came at long friggin' last. Any later, and we'd have been forfeiting. Tap. Casual footsteps grew louder as they approached. Passing through the shadow of the entrance was Zhuofan's sinister grin out in all its glory, while Qi Changlong and the rest behind him looked mighty dark, their eyes chilling. They were wild animals on the prowl. The shocker was the energy they were oozing out, one stronger than the next. Yen Mo and the Han brothers widened their eyes. How is this possible? Beside Zhuofan in the third layer radiant stage, the others looked practically remade, their power surging with youth and boldness. Qi Changlong, Lu Xie, and Bai Lian, The top elites were in the ethereal stage. At the third layer Gui, who was in the second layer, Kuei Lang and Yu Ling in the first layer, Taiying, Kuei Gang, and Yuer had taken the heaven-reaching pill before, and their results were subdued this time. That, however, did not stop them from reaching the sixth layer radiant stage from the second layer of demon scheming sects. 10 disciples, 6 were in the ethereal stage, 3 in the sixth layer of radiant stage, and only 1 in the third layer, Zhuofan. He kept his nose down, letting every ethereal stage expert underestimate the freak buried deep within such a lineup was hardly present in the middle 3 sects and more seen among the superior 3 sects. Yen Mo eyed the team with a sweaty brow. It's no longer one man that is the problem, but the whole team. Han Yunfeng was still reeling from the shock, glaring at his brothers. What the hell is this? Half of the demon scheming sect's disciples are in the ethereal stage. What kind of testing did you even do back then? You couldn't even pick up this critical intelligence? Aye. The two were just as floored, stammering to come up with a proper answer. We don't know. Where the hell did they come from? Second young Master Han then noticed Chi Changlong and the rest. They wiped the floor with second young Master Han cried like he'd seen a ghost. Brother, just months ago 3 of them were only in the 8th and 9th layer radiant stage. How the hell did they reach the 3rd layer of the ethereal stage then? This is impossible. You're telling me they weren't in the ethereal stage? Han Yunfeng stared at the trio, then at second young Master Han, finding it hard to believe, even for him. No way. Even you, brother, just now entered the ethereal stage with all our sect's resources. How could a low sect get so much on their hands in such a short time? Second young Master Han was mind blown. Brother, how should I know? You can ask third brother, he'll tell you the same thing. It's them all right. But to see them advance so fast gives me the chills. Third young Master Han cried out as well. A black cloud loomed over their faces at the dark times ahead. Han Yunfeng squinted. We can't look down on the demon scheming sect any longer. They aren't just a threat to our position but are fully capable of replacing us. Change of plans. We have to do all we can to not get last place in the middle 3 sects fights, and we can escape the demon scheming sect's threat. The other 2 gave a heavy nod. Where's the one you guys mentioned? Is it among the 6 ethereal stage experts? Han Yunfeng asked. The 2 frowned and shook their heads. Third young Master Han pointed at Zhuofan with fear in his eyes. Brother, it's that punk. Don't let his low cultivation fool you. He's a monster. I know. Han Yunfeng sized the team up. The ethereal stage experts are walking behind him, so his strength must be more than it seems. Anyone that takes his cultivation at face value will suffer for it. Han Yunfeng pondered. 6 ethereal stage experts and 1 monster. The demon scheming sect is becoming more and more of a mystery. We have to change our target. That's our best bet. Though I can't help but feel curious, just what kind of godlike being could raise their cultivation so much and so fast? It's like a miracle. His brothers sighed and nodded. Meanwhile, the fiends saw Zhuofan saunter in with a heroic swag in his step. They stood stunned as well, but happier than anything else. Zhuofan, took you long enough, brat. You gave me such an astonishing surprise I could kiss you. Ha ha ha, Fiend Yang gesticulated while taking Zhuofan into a bear hug. Zhuofan flounced around in his grip, wanting nothing to do with this crazy ball of flubber glaring at him. Zhuofan spat. Shove it, I hate that kind of talk. He, neither do I. I just let emotion take me. His glare didn't put Fiend Yang's joy off in the slightest, still grinning like a fool. Then he took in the disciples behind Zhuofan, but the more he looked, the giddier he became. He's the friggin' bomb, this kid! In just 6 months, the lowest form of improvement was advancing 4 layers, while also getting many of them in the ethereal stage. Zhuofan is a damn miracle worker, if I ever saw one. Wu Yue made the best decision of his life getting him into the sect. The other fiends bobbed their heads with beaming smiles, happy as their reunion was. There were two sects not in the least bit happy, their hearts thumping in fright inside their chests. Elder Yun had seen what a brutal monster Zhuofan was, and kept his guard up. But back then, he only had one to deal with, while now he had a whole team. This freak had turned the other demon-scheming sect's disciples into carbon copies of him, in nature at least, just as freaky. The girls gasped, lost for words. Weren't they the stiffies trudging along the way here? How are they so strong? Chu Qingqing smiled. Told you so. Such a trifling matter has no hold on him. We have to see them as adversaries from the start. Qingqing, how are you so calm? Most are in the ethereal stage expert. Shui Ruohua looked crestfallen, having lost all hope in this tournament. With demon-scheming sex strength, one forfeited round hardly affected them. Then she raised her eyebrows. Wait, did you just say they are all changed because of Serjua? How did he pull it off? Ha ha ha, I'm no seer. But what I do know is that he is a miracle worker. Chu Qingqing's gaze on him was filled with tenderness. The girls were even more astonished. Serjua isn't just strong, but capable of incredible things. The very definition of a monster. All the girls watched Zhuofan as a cow looked at a new gate, and Xian Xiaoyu hated him for it with a burning passion. The judge was shuffling through the roster in anxiety. What's demon-scheming sect playing at? They were all in the radiant stage when they came, so how come 6 of them skipped a stage? How the hell is it they got so strong in just 3 days? This increase is suspicious. Did they get outside help? Racking his brains all he could, the judge's withered hands stopped. Then he recalled the elders at the guard saying something that the demon-scheming sect got filthy rich, using zombie pills on their disciples. All the pieces fit together, and the judge muttered to himself, there's a real expert here that knows this rare training method to raise the disciples' strength so fast. Even the Double Dragon Manor only heard of it but never put it into practice. Yet for this guy to pull it off like nothing showed how brilliant he was. The judge sighed. The Double Dragon Gathering is going to flip again. Demon Scheming Sect is going places, ha ha ha. Demon Scheming Sect and Beast Taming Sect begin the fight. Please present your disciples for this round. The judge's voice boomed when he looked at Hui Xiong. He saw the muscle-bound guy shaking from every fiber and whiter than milk, if possible. Chapter 636, Tactic. Chapter 636, Tactic. Against 6 mighty figures in the ethereal stage experts, their auras slamming into Hui Xiong one after the other, all he could do was shake like a leaf, turning a pale and whiny face to his master, squeaking, Master, they're faking. Just 3 days ago they were cripples and now they're monsters? They have to have pulled something. But what did they do? Elder Lu was just as stunned, feeling remorse for his imminent fate. What did they eat to get so big? How the hell can one change so much in just 3 days? And so many too. Hui Xiong hesitated, his eyes darting to and fro. Master, the first round is lost. Should we just forfeit? We'll just focus on Mystical Heaven Sect. There's just no way we can beat these freaks. Bullshit. Elder Lu snapped. Do you have any idea why Double Dragon Gathering uses evaluation as a way to judge our ranks? For this precise situation, when someone uses a dirty trick to play against another sect. The result of every round's evaluation will be added together to determine our final places. By forfeiting a round, we get nothing. Hui Xiong put on a painful face. But Master, fighting them is the same as getting nothing either way. Just look at them. I'm starting to think Xie played us. He gave us his weakest disciples to fight while these are the true elites. Elder Lu's face twitched in anger. It never occurred to him this was possible since Xie was damn Sect's ruler, yet instead of acting like one, he used petty tricks. Using weaklings instead, won't it make him look like a fool among the other sects? But now, when it mattered the most, he had no time to mind trifles. Turning to Hui Xiong, don't worry too much, the fighting is done by drawing lots. They have 6 in the ethereal stage but 4 much weaker ones. All we can do now is pray for luck. Master, that makes quite the sense. Eyeing the 10 people, Hui Xiong nodded and his gaze landed on Zhuofan. Master, that kid is only in the 3rd layer. Getting him couldn't be better. Elder Lu sneered at Zhuofan, then knocked his head. Damn coward, there are 4 in the Radiant stage over there, and you pick the weakest? Please, you're at peak Radiant stage, so act like one. Can't you go for those in the 6th layer and leave the weakling to your juniors? We would at least get the most out of this round. All you ever care about is yourself. Master, it's all up to luck. I'll fight who happens to be my opponent. Not everything will just go as you wish. Holding his head, Hui Xiong replied. Elder Lu nodded. He's right though. Then glared again. I'm angry at you for your cowardly nature, not your wishes. The strong must challenge the strong with a brave heart. That's the only way to become stronger. Picking on the weak all the time is boring, not to mention pointless. Hui Xiong scratched his head and nodded. May the team step forth to draw your lots. There are 2 boxes with 10 numbers. Identical numbers on each team will be fighting each other, while the order of the fights will be that of the numbers. In 2 short light shows, the judge's hands now held 2 boxes. Zhuofan came first, sticking his hand in like he was picking apples in the market, and gave the number to the judge. The judge nodded. Demon scheming Sects leader, Zhuofan, has picked 10. Ha ha ha, 10. Wonder who's the poor sap going to fight that freak. Yenemo snickered. Hi, senior brother Yenemo, how is it you never felt like watching your fellow disciples in the elite area fight back at the sect, yet you're now so excited that you came to watch the lower 3 sects rounds? Whoosh. A curvy and enticing woman popped on his side, bearing the most intoxicating smile. Oh, you may. Glancing sideways, Yenemo sighed. The lower 3 sects are truly the scrape of the barrel. But I'm not here for them. Yen Mo's eyes flashed like a ravenous wolf on a particular man. There's one person down there worthy to be my adversary. Started, Yu Mei shuddered at Yen Mo's savage look. She always knew him as a player, toying around and doing whatever he wanted. If there was one thing he ever cared about in truth, that was the fight with Wu Qingqiu. Yet by the looks of him now, he was putting this man way above even Wu Qingqiu. There's someone among them that senior brother recognizes? Her eyes washed over the crowd until she stopped on the board Zhuofan and cried, 3rd layer Radiant stage? Yes, 3rd layer Radiant stage. Yenemo nodded, gnashing his teeth in hatred. This rotten liar is anything but his cultivation shows. He's more like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Last time he almost. Yenemo raved, then held his tongue. Realizing Yu Mei was there, Yu Mei was damn curious now. Last time? Nothing. It doesn't concern you. Yenemo flushed in embarrassment. Not feeling like sharing his shame, was he going to shout to the world a 3rd layer Radiant stage almost did him in? Hardly. He had a reputation to maintain, though his tight lip only got Yu Mei more intrigued. Her smile creepily lingered on Zhuofan. Who is he to make senior brother so angry? Number 10. On stage, Hui Xiong got his number and shouted in joy. Then he gave Zhuofan a snicker. The judge, and everyone else had looks of scorn. Elder Lu blushed. How the hell did I get such a coward for a disciple? I told you already, there's nothing glorious about beating a 3rd layer Radiant stage at peak Radiant stage. The more excited he got, the more it proved how weak he was and, in equal measure, ruined his master's image, while Zhuofan had a simple and boring reaction to this fool's ignorant mockery. Dumbass. Sigh, stupidity sure is terminal. What's there to laugh at having such a freak fighting him? 3rd young master Han sighed. Han Yunfeng scratched his nose. This is great. With Hui Xiong, the strongest among the beast-taming sect, we can now catch hints of what this monster's capable of. The 2 nodded. I didn't know the lower 3 sects had an underdog. Their team is made to face the superior 3 sections. While a fall of a superior 3 sect is unlikely, we'll at least get to see a middle 3 sect kicked down a notch. Yu Mei's honeyed voice floated, watching the demon scheming sect in admiration. For that muscle guy from Beast Taming Sect to get the weakest for an adversary is a real stroke of luck. Yen Mo's ears twitched, his smile cold, more like a stroke of rotten luck. He's dead. You may raised a dainty eyebrow. There are 6 layers between them, yet the kid can still squeeze a win? More like insta-kill than a squeeze. Yen Mo's only reply was a roll of his eyes, but Yu Mei only grew more interested, her dewy eyes never leaving Zhuofan. On Demon Scheming Sect's stand, Fiend Yang was looking chipper than ever, his face filled with pride, his smile wider than ever. Brothers and sisters, I am proud to see you bursting with energy, filled with valor and courage. With you here, challenging the middle 3 sects is nothing. Skip it. Zhuofan cut his swag short. Fiend Yang deflated a bit, but shook it off with a wave. I was going to praise you guys some more, but since Steward Zhuo said no, I will get to the point. I want you all to hold back against the Beast Taming Sect. Sending them flying is within reason, but don't bruise them. Why? Lu Xie asked. Just look at that damn Hui Xiong strutting his hot air around. We're dying to give him his due. Yet now you want us to take it easy? Fiend Yang waved his complaint away, then he turned serious. That's called tactics, do you understand? The Double Dragon Gathering is based on evaluations. If we wound them, their next opponent will be the Mystical Heaven Sect. It will be the same as helping Mystical Heaven Sect. You should feel more disgusted with those so-called hypocritical and ungrateful righteous liars than with some ignorant fools. The kid's eyes lit up, showing a nasty grin. And you, enough of your fraternizing with, or you'll harm our position. You are up against their strongest, so make damn sure you leave him in one piece. And don't cripple him either. You'll only be helping Mystical Heaven Sect. Fiend Yang rested a heavy gaze on Zhuofan. Zhuofan merely shook his hand. Lighten up, I know what I'm doing. Besides, with her strength, even fighting Hui Xiong won't be a problem. Chapter 637, Fall of Integrity. Chapter 637, Fall of Integrity. With a ripple as the only sign, 4 walls rose up around the stage, trapping everything within. The barrier is set. Take your places. The judge made a sign, turning from Demon Scheming Sect to Beast Taming Sect to get started. Bearing a cold smile, Qi Changlong with his highest cultivation strutted in the middle. He unleashed the full power of a 3rd-layer ethereal stage, flexing his majestic strength. Once inside the barrier, his aura got cut off, and the audience could finally breathe again. Though the same could be said about the shock. Still reeling from the deadly pressure on their chest, Beast Taming Sect's side was scared witless, shaking to the core. The one holding the number 1 token in particular, the guy's hands were quaking, and seeing Qi Changlong's cold sneer on the stage had him close to tears. While not weak by any means by being in the 7th-layer radiant stage, one couldn't say the same for his luck, or lack thereof. Faced with insurmountable adversity, he felt like a lamb to the slaughter. I'm going to get myself killed. He whipped his panicked and wheedling face to Elder Lu. Elder, my loss is certain. Can I just forfeit? Do you have any clue what Double Dragon Gathering's rules are? Elder Lu snorted. A win is counted as 2 points, a draw as 1, and a loss as 0. While forfeiting, -2. You not getting up there is ruining us. The guy's face sank. Double Dragon Gathering won't even let us forfeit? They just want us all to die. How the hell would you know what's on their mind? Elder Lu sneered. Even knowing the risks, you still have to take them. The Double Dragon Gathering set up this system to see how dedicated the disciples are to their sects, if they are willing to give their lives for it. If a sect ends up with a negative score, it doesn't necessarily show its strength, but it shows its cohesion, destined to be the runt of the lower 3 sections. So for the sake of the sect, you will get up there even if you were facing a peak elder stage. That's easy for you to say. You're not the one going. All that complaining didn't help him at all, forcing him to drag his feet up there. Not going would end up with a fate worse than death. While at least he'd get a quick death up there in the ring. Hui Xiong had a mocking smile like always, just loving it when others were in pain. Didn't you always try to take my place as the best in our sect? This is your chance to earn a name. Unlike my battle with that weak guy, not getting any honor, ha ha ha. His teammate glared back in hatred. This bastard would mock and kick anyone. Then he turned to Zhuofan on the enemy's side in envy. Just a third-layer Radiant stage. Practically an easy wing for most of the guys in Double Dragon Gathering. Such damn luck he had. Did Hui Xiong save the world in his past life or something? Filled with bitter jealousy, the guy walked into the ring. Faced with Qi Changlong's cold smile, reality came crashing down on him. There goes my poor little life. Standing there all shivering, Qi Changlong only had a sneer on his face. Begin. The judge gave the go-ahead. The guy lowered his head and held his hand in prayer. His forehead touched the ground again and again, in the hope to gain some pity. Qi Changlong cracked up. The entire demon scheming Sects team did so in fact, and no matter how weak you are, you don't even have the guts to face your enemy. Elder Lu's face twitched, while the beast-taming Sects team was ashamed. Senior brother, you're making us look like worms. Can't you die with dignity? Qi Changlong grinned wider, mocking, you have good eyes to recognize greatness. In light of your exceptional decision, I shall let you go. Now scram. Whoosh. A flick of his wrist sent a gale so strong the guy was sent crashing out of the ring. It took a good minute to calm down and touch himself all over for wounds, only to find nothing hurting. He was alive and well. First fight goes to the demon scheming sect, the judge declared, feeling bored of the huge gap between the sections. This had never happened in the history of Double Dragon Gathering. They were both sects in the same grade yet worlds apart. The demon scheming sect was a freak. The guy looked up at Qi Changlong on stage and broke out in an unbridled smile, thanking and bowing over and over, thank you, thank you, thank you. It was without a doubt a most demeaning and vile sight. He earned the disgust of everyone with his servile attitude, and Elder Lu practically burned from rage. He got to get out alive, but without any shred of decency either. Funny enough, the disciples of the beast-taming sect were bright-eyed. So that's how I keep my life. It's worth a shot. Since we can't win anyway, we might as well come out alive. Ignoring the ingratiating disciple, Qi Changlong returned to his team with a wide smile. It was all part of their master plan to keep them nice and healthy. All that pleading and wheedling had no effect whatsoever. But this example gave the wrong impression to the rest that their very lives hung on how much of a Toadai they were. Thus, second fight, fighters on stage. The judge announced. Yu Ling stood up and walked up the stage. Beast-taming Sect's second adversary was shaking all over while taking slow and painful steps forward. Raise your head and don't you goddamn dare to do the same thing the other did. Be a man and die with dignity. Hui Xiong waved his fists and roared with might at his fellow disciple, only to give the first one a look of scorn. And you are a failure, a disappointment. You just ruined the name of our sect. Yet you have the nerve to come back? The rest gave Hui Xiong a glare of anger. Big talk for someone who is fighting a damn weakling. You have no damn thing to worry about, while we have to face the strongest they have. If you're that brave, why don't you take them on for size? We'll see who's begging. Ignoring them, or maybe downright oblivious to the stares of hatred, Hui Xiong's twisted smile never faltered and his self-righteous air never slacked. He was the picture of superiority standing on his skewed moral high ground. He was the bastion of beast-taming Sect's dignity, bearing its flag with honor and heroism as the dogs surrounding him did all they could to cut him down. His fellow disciples feared his strength and couldn't do anything but seethe in anger. Meanwhile, beast-taming Sect's second participant, in the sixth-layer Radiant stage, walked on stage. Facing Yu Ling, who was in the ethereal stage, he broke out in a sweat without so much as a sign or hint. The guy fell to his knees before her, showering her in pleadings. Even worse than the other guy, laughter had broken out the minute he was on his knees, laughing so hard in tears of joy. This is no competition, but beast-taming sect proclaiming its veneration for demon-scheming sect. The sect had lost all its dignity. Elder Lu was boiling mad. It wasn't just shaming the sect this time, but its legacy and all the respected leaders it had. We're all from the lower 3 sects, but you dare renounce your sect's name without remorse. You're not worthy to be a disciple of beast-taming sect no more. Who the hell cared? Certainly not them. Not when their lives were on the line. All beast-taming sect's disciples watched the worship being played out on stage with total focus and apprehension. Their dear senior brother was coming back home, alive this time. The disciples' begging was a notch above. If that worked, then demon-scheming sect was going to let them all go by doing the same. The most aware of their surroundings was none other than these disciples. They had to know how to beg when their lives were at stake. Squinting, Yu Ling sneered. Good, very good, I just love to see a man knowing his place. Now beat it. In the same way, Yu Ling sent the guy flying with a swish and flick, not too hard though, needing a softer touch to leave him unharmed. The guy got back to his feet from the ground outside the stage and burst into joy, feeling like he had just escaped the jaws of death. Beast-taming sect's disciples lit up, just as excited, laughing with him. If one didn't know better, they'd think they just won. The scene was too damn bizarre for the audience to take in, though only for a moment, as they got to laughing soon after. Beast-taming sect's aim is so low this time. Coming out alive is already a victory. Elder Lu's eyes rolled back in his head from anger. Not just Hui Xiong, every damn disciple is worthless. In this manner, demon-scheming sect and beast-taming sect fought glorious battles. Beast-taming sect's disciples slammed their heads on the floor without any exception, all wishing nothing more than to come out alive. Demon-scheming sect's side was really enjoying being in the center of it, holding their heads high like good Samaritans giving alms to the needy, or a flick to be more precise. One that promised a long-lasting life, followed soon after by endless thanks from the saved. The constant disgraceful behavior his dear disciples had taken to with such fervor fueled Elder Lu's anger with more and more rage, evident by his bloodshot eyes. He wasn't far from popping a vein or two while Elder Yun was beginning to see signs of something amiss. Sure, he mocked them just like the next guy, but as he watched the demon-scheming sect closer, he exclaimed, "This is demon-scheming sect's plan." Chapter 638, On Stage. Chapter 638, On Stage. What's wrong, Elder? Shui Ruhua asked. Elder Yun's brow was locked in a tight frown, glaring at the demon-scheming sect. Good for you, Fiend Yang, you had me fooled. It only worked to get the others more confused. Don't tell me you don't see it. Demon-scheming sect and beast-taming sect's fights ended with no wounded. Elder Yun sighed. Shui Ruhua looked at the rest and laughed. At their disparity, it's only natural. Yes, the gap is abyssal, leading the round with ease. Such a case hasn't ever happened in Double Dragon Gathering. Since everyone would fight to their dying breath, all to make their sect proud and earn more resources. Not one sect could ultimately control the situation because of this. Elder Yun squinted. It was this that blinded me to demon-scheming sect's scheme. Shui Ruohua asked, puzzled. Elder, what do you mean by their scheme? You really can't see it? Demon-scheming sect has rigged the fight. Elder Yun spat. They let every beast-taming sect's disciple leave unharmed to keep their strength, to face us at full power. What? Shui Ruohua looked over the ring closer, but beast-taming sect's disciples are all begging for their lives, and that is why they come unharmed. There's no reason to shed blood for nothing. Ruohua, that's one of our rules. Demonic cultivators don't have it. Those crazy bastards are both degenerates and twisted. One of them feeling pity I can understand, but all of them? They planned this from the start, and all for us. Elder Yin huffed. Damn those rotten demonic cultivators, they want us to end up last in the rankings. The girls' faces turned heavy. Shen Xiaoyu dressed his voice to get attention, cursing, "No demonic cultivators are ever trustworthy, filled with schemes and debased. Senior brother, you're wrong. They're just using the rules to control the situation. How are they degenerates? And don't we owe them? We just kicked them when they were down, so now they want revenge. It has nothing to do with the path we each take." The sudden voice had everyone start and turn to Chu Qingqing. They have brought this on themselves, so of course, the demon scheming sect would get back at them if it were them instead. They'd do it all the same. With anger laced heavier on Shen Xiaoyu's face, he said, "Junior sister, why do you always have to take those demonic cultivators' side? Is it because of him?" "That's only half." Chu Qingqing smiled. "He is an old friend, and no matter when or where I'd stand by his side every time. Leaving that aside, the situation calls for using every trick in the book, so long as we are playing by the rules. We are after all adversaries here. Trying to look superior by accusing the other's morality when you have fallen into a disadvantage is the weak's way out. And I, for one, despise such people." Their blood ran cold, and everyone considered Chu Qingqing's words to find them true. Shen Xiaoyu was outraged. "Junior sister, then does that mean you'll stop thinking about him if he stoops so low?" "He will never do such a thing." Chu Qingqing smiled, her gaze firm, sinking into her memories. "None of you know him. In a pill competition, he had the speed to finish much sooner, yet despite the superior advantage, he resorted to petty tricks to keep his adversary back. He forced his opponent to use blood essence just to qualify. And right then, someone spoke up that he was 1 second faster in finishing, yet had a much poorer quality, so he should have the spot instead. Tell me, which do you think it's right?" The girls were deep in thought. Then Danner voiced, "Though he had a better pill, even if they were at a draw, he'd still come last." Ha ha ha, everyone thought so as well. Only he stood up for his adversary. Speed was of the essence in a competition, but here quality took precedence. "Is he a fool? Didn't you just say he wanted to get the other to lose? Why would he use this chance and help him instead?" Danner blinked her purty eyes in doubt. Chu Qingqing explained with a smile, "That's just how he is, admitting his defeats and being generous with his wins. He is evil but with style. I also thought of it as a good chance wasted, but thinking back, he did the right thing. He would do anything to reach his goal, but within principle. I knew then and there it didn't matter if he was good or bad, because he was a true man." The hearts of the girls quivered, watching Zhuofan with a dreamy look. Young Master Zhuo looks so sloppy, but has such a great character. Shen Xiaoyu was close to blowing a gasket. Chu Qingqing was humiliating him. Zhuofan is a real man, so that means I'm not? Being told by the woman he loved he wasn't a man was the heaviest blow one could take. Sister Qingqing, did he win? Danner blinked her doe eyes, eager to know the end of the tale. Like the rest of the girls, Chu Qingqing smiled. Of course. What of the adversary, did he die? Ha ha ha, you might not believe it even if I tell you. I thought he did kill him as well, only to later find out when I came to the sect that his adversary was on his side now, both of them in cahoots. For real. The girls were stunned. Weren't they enemies? Chu Qingqing said, "Righteous cultivators say that heroes know other heroes. So why can't 2 devious demonic cultivators gang up? Besides, they're both top alchemists. Qingqing, righteous and demonic are clearly defined. You'd best remember that." Elder Yuan had enough of this and interfered, afraid she would steer the girls along the wrong path. Chu Qingqing shrugged while the girls sighed annoyed, but now they saw Zhuofan with different and much deeper eyes just out of earshot, where the boring round was ongoing between the 2 sects. All fights, if one could call them that, ended the same way. Demon scheming sect's side stood on stage with pride and dignity, while beast taming sect's disciples pleaded every time, in hope of receiving the same saving flick their brothers got. What started off as mockery, the crowd grew bored as well. taking to yawning as a much better alternative than wasting their contempt on something worthless. The insurmountable distance between the sects had turned the competition into a ceremony of respect to their Lord Savior. Only Kuei Gang and Yuer, still in the radiant stage, had to work a bit to get their win, though just a couple of moves. The extra-wide meridians did wonders to bridge cultivation gaps until it came to a head, the fight between Zhuofan and Hui Xiong, bunch of good-for-nothing cowards. Let me show you how it's done, how you fight for the beast-taming sect. Hui Xiong roared, mocking his fellow disciples as he went on stage like a mighty and unbeatable general. He walked on with his head held higher than ever thought possible. Elder Lu was already numb from the humiliation each round inflicted, but now seeing Hui Xiong on stage, his hope rekindled. The name of beast-taming sect rests solely on your shoulders. Make sure to make him suffer. Ha ha ha, of course, master. Leave it to me. I'm not like those sniveling fools. I will bring back all the glory. Ha ha ha, roared with laughter. The other disciples' faces fell, giving him despising grins. What does winning against such a weak opponent give you? Pride? Any one of us would have been just as bold in your stead. Zhuofan got up and walked on stage, with the same calm expression as always. Fiend Yang shouted in worry, Zhuofan, hold back, you hear? Don't hurt him. Yeah, I know. What's the fuss about rigging a match? Zhuofan mocked and waved him off. Fiend Yang felt not in the least reassured. In fact, his worries mounted. Gui, who advised, Venerable Steward Zhua has the sharpest mind among us. If I could learn to hold back, he is sure to be a master at it. What do you know? Your cases are different. Fiend Yang sighed, showing off your ethereal stage expert vibes got your opponent running scared and begging for mercy. Of course you went easy, but look at Hui Xiong and that grin he has like he wants to play. So you tell me, can you hold it in? Thinking about it, no, he probably couldn't. Hui Xiong was begging to be trashed, plastered, and broken into tiny little pieces, and the on and off taunts weren't helping his case. He was looking at Zhuofan like he was the king of the world. Who wouldn't be pissed off at that? No way. Everyone shook their heads. Gui, who gnashed his teeth. This guy just doesn't know when to quit his bragging. If it were me up there, I wouldn't kill him, I'd cripple every bone in his body. That's what I've been saying. I can only hope Zhuofan's patience runs deeper than the earth. If the guy dies, our plan's effect is cut in half. Fiend Yang was praying now, hoping for a miracle, the miracle of patience. Chapter 639. Lose Control. Chapter 639. Lose Control. On stage at last, Zhuofan's appearance earned some sharp glares. Not just Yen Mo and the Han brothers were watching his every move, but there was another one, in the shadows, right by the entrance, watching with a most intense gaze. Yongning and Schwanger were giddy that the star of the show, by their account, was here. They both had nothing but tender looks for him. Ha ha ha, punk, your sect has humiliated us so far and now, yours truly will take it all out on you. It's all your rotten luck to blame for getting the same number. Hui Xiong was getting more annoying and brash by the second in his taunts. Yen Mo's side was right to mock him. Dumbass! Fiend Yang's side remained silent, all chanting a silent prayer that Zhuofan would turn the other cheek. Luck had it, Zhuofan's mind and heart had shown tremendous growth since he came to the sect. No matter how much Hui Xiong blustered or taunted, nothing could break Zhuofan's tranquility. Fiend Yang eased a breath, then his heart thumped back into overdrive. Zhuofan frowned, sensing something was calling to him. He turned his head to the entrance, peering at the shadows, and his eyes shook. Hui Xiong paused, taken aback that his time to show off and insult his opponent was taken for clowning around with how his opponent never looked at him, and he grew more furious. Fine, you ignorant simp. A puny third-layer radiant stage dares to ignore me? You're asking for it. Hui Xiong roared. Punk, I'll give you 10 moves, free to do anything to me while I won't move a muscle. Hui Xiong's roaring entered the audience's ears only to earn their rolled eyes. A peak radiant stage, showing off before one in the third layer? Why don't you pick an ethereal stage expert if you got the guts? Nothing more than a coward picking on the weak. Yen Mo's side sneered, what a moron. The instant that guy moved, you're done for. Yet nothing happened on stage. Zhuofan looked frozen, his eyes widening, staring with intent at the entrance's shadows. As for Hui Xiong's gutsy declaration, he heard nothing of it. Still standing there as his mind went out of commission, everyone was taken aback, even his Sects side. Fiend Yang thinking, what's wrong with him? I did tell him to go easy on the guy, but not so much as to let him do what he wanted. Why isn't he moving? Hui Xiong had a grand epiphany, a miracle, thinking of his thick skull housing that little brain of his. Ha ha ha, ignorant fool, did I scare you? But don't think for a second this will change things. I will not go easy on you since I'm a man of principle. Hui Xiong shone in a gray hue, and a huge bear image formed behind him. Its power ran rampant, its aura bearing down on the barrier so much that it turned gray as well. Everyone cried in shock, having come to a newfound realization of this narrow-minded thug Gue, who was also amazed. Hui Xiong knew only to bluster all day, every day, yet at the end of it all, he wasn't beast-taming Sect's top disciple for nothing. I was no less than Qi Changlong's previous level. Not like it would make a damn difference with Zhuofan around. If he had any other opponent in the Radiant stage, he would have some pretty good odds of winning. As for this case, not a snowball's chance in hell. Gue Hu and the disciples watched the one-man show with pity, knowing Zhuofan's true power. What a waste of good strength, thrown in the jaws of the beast. Whoosh! The gray bear behind Hui Xiong came at Zhuofan, enraged that even this wasn't enough to get him out of his stupor, and unleashed a mighty paw attack. Punk, you asked for it. Mid-profound ranked martial art, descending bear paw. As the paw came crashing down, the tile under Zhuofan shattered, flinging rocks everywhere. The immense power sent howling winds within the barrier. Any average guy would turn into a meat patty under such a paw. Not Zhuofan though, he merely raised an eyebrow, his fixed stare still on the entrance to unravel just what was giving him the strange feeling. He had no time nor care to mind what happened around him. The crowd gasped, worried for Zhuofan. Is he scared to death, frozen in place? Even the girls in the stands were worried. Fiend Yang's side was perplexed as to what brought this on. While some of the people around felt fear, others felt worried. What was universal, though, was doubt. Only Zhuofan stood stock still, his piercing gaze never budging. Two flickers of light shone in the shadows, and Zhuofan felt a danger like never before taking over his mind. Purple lightning exploded out of him. His red Qilin arm shone bright red in its glorious and awe-inspiring power, and his eyes flickered with azure flames. Zhuofan's 3 trump cards were out of his control, coming out like he was facing mortal danger. It was at this time the bear paw came crashing down. Zhuofan reacted purely on instinct, raising his fist and attacking. Boom! Scarlet flashed, purple lightning crackled, and the two powers combined into a devastating force, coming right at Hui Xiong. Whoosh! In that instant, before Hui Xiong could even register what happened, he was gone, consumed by the billowing power of the Qilin arm and the savage purple lightning. There had not been time to even let out a cry. One might argue that he was so taken by the suddenness of it all he didn't know how he even died. And so passed Hui Xiong from this world. From oblivious to oblivion, the almighty power was far from finished, slamming into the barrier. It shook like a leaf under the purple lightning eating at it. The judge furrowed his brow and cried out, but even he did not have the time to reinforce it as it caved and shattered. As for the power of the punch, it exploded with lighting ever forward and right into beast-taming Sects' disciples. Boom! The jarring thunderous sound came as the mighty aura went through them, through the walls, and lost in the horizon. The only sign of what had happened was the crackling of purple on the debris dust, and thick smoke rose, and once it passed, beast-taming Sects' team was erased from this world. Only a faint blue mote shook now and then, wailing in pain. What the hell is going on here? Elder Lu? The judge shouted, looking at the smoldering ruins with shock. Beast-taming Sects disciples are annihilated. Not even the elder's body survived, only his soul. SSS. The judge's gasp echoed with utmost clarity in the arena, making everyone stare lost. Then they came to as they blinked at the center of the stage. The dust was fading now and revealed first the sharp eyes and a solemn face. His red arm pulsed, sending frightening power every time the people watched him in a daze, sweat trickling down their foreheads, their hearts screaming in unison. Monster! Even Yen Mo shook at the display. He knew now that this punk had not gone all out at all back in that cave. Just a casual punch today was so powerful it not only pulverized Hui Xiong from existence, but took all the disciples and the elder of the beast-taming sect with him. It all happened so fast and so strong that even the judge was late to react. He had no idea Zhuofan was capable of unleashing such raw power, nor that it only came out because Zhuofan lost control. And the reason for it was the entrance's shadows. Zhuofan squinted at the two flickers in the shadows going away, and the rush of power calmed down, yet his heart felt heavier. His fated enemy was here. This was the only explanation for his mightiest power to be unleashed without his control. But who was he? Zhuofan's frown deepened. Chapter 640. Chapter 640, Time Out. A deafening silence took over. Be it the crowd of royal dignitaries or the other teams, all watched the center figure with slack jaws and dumb looks. He appeared to them more and more like a demon from hell. Elder Yun and his two other elders from mystical heaven's sect gulped, sweat pouring out of them like rain. Where the hell did the demon-scheming sect find this monster? Fighting that thing is plain suicide. Their eyes went to the floating soul of Elder Lu, having lost it in his ravings as he searched and searched, yet not a piece of his body was left, and they shivered. Shui Ruohua was startled, to say the least. How is that a disciple's power? If I pick him up for an opponent, I'll rather forfeit than mess with that freak. I don't care what anyone says. One mystical heaven sect disciple was shaking like a leaf. The others were not far behind in agreeing that thing out there was an abomination, but the worst of it all was his savage temper. When disciples met on the stage, they fought as adversaries, not enemies, but this freak actually went as far as wiping his opponent and the enemy sect, elder and all. They looked at Zhuofan like a behemoth opening its rotting maw at them. As senior brother Yen Mo, who the hell is he? You may gulped. Yen Mo spoke in a heavy tone. You don't need to know, just remember not to test him. You think I can't tell what you're cooking in that head of yours? Give it a rest. May shuddered. She noticed Yen Mo's intense gaze on Zhuofan and wanted to get some info out of him about this freak, but that hardly seemed likely. She understood then and there the reason for Yen Mo's interest. This person could challenge the superior three sections. May was now looking at Zhuofan on stage with a serious gaze. We must get one of the top two positions in the superior three sects stage, or the demon-scheming sect will kick us into the middle three sections. We'll never live down the shame if it happens. This guy had the power to put any genius to shame. No wonder Yen Mo was feeling trepidations. Looking back at her senior brother, Yen Mo noticed his hard expression yet tense fists. She had never seen him so scared in her life. Senior brother, how do you think he'll fare against Wu Qingqiu? Unknown. Yen Mo shook his head. One is a demonic cultivator, the other righteous. One comes from hell, the other from a land of bliss. One is brutal, the other is just. There is no comparison between people walking different paths. Though in terms of strength, I do believe Wu Qingqiu would feel the brunt of this guy's punch. Mei's heart sank. Yen Mo did not like to belittle himself to his opponents, but this was only more proof that said this guy could fight them, the top talents of the superior three sects. Wu Qingqiu might even be weaker. Mei sighed. The double dragon gathering this time is bound to make waves. As for the three Hans, they were shaken to the core, resigned to let out a saddened sigh. That settles it. We need to come out first or second in our fights if we do not want to suffer at the guy's punches. Han Yunfeng warned his brothers. The two lowered their heads. The might of that punch had them running scared. They wanted nothing to do with Zhuofan. When we fought him, he never even saw us as target practice. Just a little bit serious, and this was the result. Scattered in the wind, the two were lamenting their shabby fate. Woe is me, for bumping into this maniac. They found it a miracle to have come back alive from the jaws of death. That was way too close for comfort. The judge was still having a hard time processing Zhuofan's inhuman feat. He worked his mouth, yet words failed him, though it couldn't go on forever, shouting, "Given the abnormal direction the lower 3 sects stage had taken, it is hereby suspended. I shall report it to the two exalted for how to proceed. All imperial delegations are to withdraw." "Elder, you can't just let it end with that." Elder Lu's blue mote hovered over, complaining all the while. "All my disciples are dead. He killed them in one strike, and you're going to gloss over it?" The judge's beard shook, but Fiend Yang got ahead of him, his voice booming as he stomped onto the stage. "Death can creep at any moment while up on stage. What's all the fuss about losing a couple disciples? From what you're saying, we should just stop Double Dragon gathering here and now. Wanting a life for a life? Who the hell would go all out if that rule came into effect? How then will the Sects' disciples be judged?" "Bullshit, how were my disciples on stage? They were killed outside of it. You're the shit here." Zhuofan's fist had been unleashed on stage, killing the disciple on stage. "It's just that he got a bit too into it and broke the barrier and took the rest of your team as collateral damage. You should be blaming the frail barrier here, for cracking under pressure. Take it up with the Double Dragon Manor if you're so indignant." Fiend Yang dumped all the blame on Double Dragon Manor, knowing no one in their right mind would complain to them. The effect was immediate. Elder Lu was choking on his words, not knowing how to retort. The judge's cheek twitched as well, and he hemed for good measure. Who else but he put up the barrier, ergo, Fiend Yang was saying Elder Lu should go complain to him. Though why the hell would the lower 3 sects stage require a stronger barrier than even the superior 3 sections? It was all that freak's fault for showing up, and why did he just have to blow out like that against some nobodies? How annoying. The judge gave the main culprit a glare, then sighed. "Please withdraw and wait for my visit after I receive an answer from the exalted. You will both be satisfied with the resolution. Or do you not believe in Double Dragon Manor's name?" The two's hearts sank, and they knew when to give up. Since he name-dropped Double Dragon Manor, they had no choice but to leave it to them. And so, Elder Lu left in anger, but not before he gave Zhuofan one last glare. Fiend Yang merely waved it off, not minding the floating, bodiless guy at all as he took the disciples back, though moments later he was lamenting and sighing. "Brother, you were the picture of tranquility in the sect. Even when going after those elders, you made sure to plan every little detail. How come you blew up the minute you got on stage? Did those lame words strike a nerve? You reacted so strongly that you scared even me. Were you that furious? Did he taunt me that much? I didn't notice." Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. The others were taken aback. Since he wasn't the issue, why explode, even taking all his sect down with him? Did you forget the plan? "Not at all." Zhuofan sighed, recalling having seen the shadow at the entrance. "Moreover, that punch wasn't for that blowhard. He wasn't worth it." "What does he mean?" Back at the stage, the bustling crowd was leaving, and a youth in gray robes followed along with a bright smile. Whoosh. A person in blue robes came by, bearing a handsome face. "Junior brother, I haven't seen you all day. I thought you ran off somewhere, but you were instead watching the lower 3 sects fight. Ha ha ha. Did someone from the lower 3 sects actually catch your interest when you didn't feel like answering the challenges of all the experts back at the sect?" "Ha ha ha, that's not it, senior brother. I didn't come to see the fights, but to look for someone." The youth in gray smiled. Suddenly, Do you remember the feeling I had a few days ago? I felt my destined rival had appeared, and indeed he has. The second youth was puzzled. In the lower 3 sects. Yep, I found him right here. The first youth's eyes flickered with fire and excitement. He's just like I imagined, just like me. Half man and half beast, yet the body of an emperor. The power within us draws each other close, like an unending spiral we cannot escape. The youth in blue robes eyed him. Junior brother, this is the first time I see you so excited. Who wouldn't be when meeting a worthy rival? Taking a deep breath, the youth in gray watched the endless sky. Just like how a day can only be one, so too there can only be one of us. Same types of beasts are bound to clash, and come to a resolution on who is better. This is karma. Sorry, senior brother, it seems I'll be taking the best talent in the Western Lands title from you. Scratch that, it'll be the winner between the two of us beasts. The second youth frowned and nodded solemnly. Congratulations! Chapter 641. Chapter 641, Dream Butterfly. Ha ha ha, this is great. He still wanted us to take the blame, yet got himself deeper into this mess. Bright and early, Fiend Yang laughed from his small courtyard to his heart's content. The other 2 fiends behind him were enjoying themselves as well. Zhuofan came in and saw them with a quirky look. What got you so excited? Hee, ecstatic is more like it. Fiend Yang snickered. What about the brats? Are they coming out? I want to share the excellent news. I'm enough for your showing off. I made the brats place barriers and meditate. They just advanced and need time to stabilize. Ha ha ha, right. That's very considerate of you, since we are men, always going forward to greater challenges. A mere lower 3 sects stage can no longer hold us. Fiend Yang was exuberant. Steward Zhua, do you know what we did this morning? Zhuofan shook his head. Don't know, don't care. The most you could do is be called out regarding yesterday's affair. Fiend Yang shrugged. You sure have a knack for pissing people off. You can tell what's going on, yet what comes out of your mouth is denial. You've taken all the fun out of it. Ha ha ha, Fiend Yang, there's nothing you can show off to him that gets him excited. Go ahead and just tell him what happened, or I'll do it myself. Fiend Yin chuckled. Fiend Yang was frantic in refusing. No, I'll be the one to say it. The only way to feel good about it is if I do it myself. The others chuckled at his attitude like he was relating some monumental news. The punk loves nothing more than to run his mouth. Let him give it a spin. This morning we were woken up by a rude voice. Coming out we see a middle-aged man in shabby clothes. He looked completely average, yet his power was out of his world. Fiend Yang started spinning the events into a fairy tale. Zhuofan's face twitched. Get to the point already. It was Double Dragon Manor's errand boy coming to get us to have the ruckus of yesterday be explained. Fiend Yang's face sank, grumbling. Can't you sympathize with a fellow storyteller for once? One has to set the mood first, yet you have to squish it at the bud. Zhuofan shook his head, finally getting why all of the demon-scheming sects elders and venerables feared him, relaying any kind of news. He just loved spinning tall and longer tales. Seeing Zhuofan's unfazed, Fiend Yang continued after a pause. We followed him to the stage, now in ruins, desolate and in solitude. But just when the interest faded, 2 figures inspiring dignity and power stood there, making our hearts quake. The point. Zhuofan's mouth twitched. And didn't I only knock down a wall or something? How is that a ruin? Fiend Yang gave a hateful wave. Fine, since you don't like my artistic skill, I'll use it elsewhere. We were called today to see the exalted double dragons along with the judge and beast-taming sects remaining sole elder. They questioned us to get to the bottom of what happened. The exalted double dragons in person? Zhuofan faltered. Fiend Yang nodded. With the lower 3 sects stage making such a scene, their presence was obvious. The 2 were most shocked too. In the end, they decided to oversee the rest of the lower 3 sects stage, so you won't poke any more holes in it, ha ha ha. The exalted double dragons came to see you in particular. This is a great honor. Fiend E nodded. Zhuofan found it strange though, that's how the event got cleared up. What else did you expect? I said to them that your opponent on stage was Hui Xiong and you attacked him. The beast-taming sect disciples beneath it were drawn into the attack, but it is not our fault they died. This was where the judge came in and spoke the facts as well. The exalted double dragons are models of fairness and would not accuse us for nothing. Fiend Yang said like it was obvious. Zhuofan was pensive. How did Elder Lu take it? What do you think? But no matter how he tried to run his mouth and spin it in his favor, the exalted double dragon wouldn't hear it. All that matters is strength. Everyone who came to Double Dragon Gathering was prepared to suffer heavy losses, though his case was being wiped out to the last man, haha. Fiend Yang's unbridled laughter bellowed out. Oh, he also said we lied to him, that we did not show you when they came to challenge our elites, saying that you're not from our sect. But then I got so pissed and shouted at him we're laborers. You should have seen the dumb look on his face. Then he started accusing sect leader of lowering himself to such demeaning trick. The exalted double dragons got annoyed by his ranting and said to him to go find himself a new body before he faded away. Ha ha ha, I bet he's pissed even now. The rest laughed as well. The unlucky Elder Lu had no say in it at all. Though he is right about one thing, our sect leader is despicable. They all eyed each other and cracked up again. Zhuofan, this is bad. Someone took Schwanger. The 4 jerked and saw Princess Yongning running over in a panic. This girl again? Wasn't she the one to congratulate you yesterday? Now she had her other friend taken? Fiend Yang raised an eyebrow. Who'd be dumb enough to do this in Double Dragon Manor? Are they suicidal? Zhuofan's heart tightened, helping Yongning steady herself in 2 quick steps. What happened? Zhuofan, we just went out and some prince started hitting on us. Schwanger stopped them so I could call for help. She must be in their hands right now. Yongning was distraught, tears streaming down, her eyes in panic. The fiends frowned. What ignorant wastrel would dare make a scene at Double Dragon Manor? Not even the kingdom dignitaries would try something. Moreover, you could have just asked any staff from Double Dragon Manor to interfere. Why come to us and so far away? Zhuofan frowned. Zhuofan, listen to me. Yongning sensed their disbelief and was in an even greater panic. Going by her expressions and pleadings, there was no way they were fake, especially the desperate eyes. Fiend Yang rolled his eyes. The girl must have been scared into losing her mind, making more sense than even me. I get it. We will go save Schwanger. Zhuofan's eyes flashed. Fiend Yang was taken aback. You're still going, knowing it stinks. Zhuofan ignored them as he grabbed Yongning's waist and flew away. Fiend Yang was left gaping, but Fiend Yin patted his shoulder. It's fine, the kid is far more conniving than you. If you can see the issue, so can he. He's going despite knowing? Fiend Yang chuckled then sighed. The punk has the biggest nerve I ever saw. The fiends returned to their rooms, no longer caring what happened to Zhuofan. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, Schwanger laid peacefully with her eyes closed against a tree. Like a sleeping beauty, she was surrounded by a blue barrier, with a blue butterfly 1 meter long flying around. Whoosh. Schwanger's eyes flashed open and one could see stars in them. A strange power ebbed around the area and the barrier shattered. Then she closed her eyes and slept. The butterfly shook and spoke in a very familiar tone. Who the hell is this girl? Why can't I enter her mind and take control of her? The most I managed is to get her unconscious. What the hell is this? It was none other than Elder Lu when his body got wrecked. He did not show his true form, afraid someone might guess his power. Now he was hellbent on revenge and would use all he had at his disposal. If the fiends were here, they'd be shocked because Elder Lu's soul form was very rare, a butterfly that trapped one's mind in endless hell, dream butterfly. Chapter 642. Chapter 642. Illusion versus Nightmare. Whoosh! Zhuofan brought an absent-minded Yongning above a stretch of forest, searching in the direction she pointed. He took you long enough. Once I tear you to pieces, I'll make sure to send these two brats after. Elder Lu snickered, venturing deep into the forest and vanishing after passing a tree. Only Zhuang'er remained, leaning on a tree in a peaceful sleep. Zhuofan floated over the sea of trees while looking around, until Yongning pointed at a large tree. Look, it's Zhuang'er. Ha ha ha, you actually have sharper eyes than me. Zhuofan chuckled as he went down. Let's go over there. Whoosh! Zhuofan landed in an instant and saw that Zhuang'er was peacefully resting on the tree. Zhuofan took Yongning closer, his eyes scanning every movement, every rustle, with an insidious grin. The two had yet to reach Zhuang'er when they felt the world flash before them, followed by a blue haze descending. The world faded away until only a completely empty space remained. White as far as the eye could see. Yongning next to him looked out of sorts, fading away as well. Only Zhuofan remained illusion. Zhuofan frowned and mocked. Figured it'll be a trap. Since I picked no sign of any arrays around, then this must be someone's doing. Ha ha ha, you jumped right in despite knowing? Brat, your arrogance knows no bounds. An aged voice sounded and Zhuofan smirked. Elder Lu? Aren't you the least bit ashamed as an ethereal stage expert to use two little girls as bait? Elder Lu deflected, and, with you being in the Double Dragon Manor and 3 venerables around you, the only choice was to use my head. I noticed yesterday you were quite close to these two, so I had bewildered their minds to draw you out. But what the hell is wrong with one of them? No matter what I tried, she refused to obey me. Oh, that's Zhuang'er. Zhuofan nodded, totally chill about it as he took his time to explain. She is the Holy Maiden of Tianyu, expert in piercing the veil of fate and any mind tricks. Coming at her with illusions is like putting a target on your head. Elder Lu exclaimed, so that's why. I've heard Tianyu had some strange clans. Now I see they're anything but normal. But kid, why are you telling me all this? Don't you care if I take her away and turn her into my guinea pig? As if the dead can't research shit. Zhuofan's mouth took his trademark evil smile. I told you all this because I know you'll keep it a secret. The dead are known to be the best in the business. Elder Lu cracked up. You sure know how to talk big. Now that I have you right where I wanted you, you think you can just take my life? Hi, I got your body, didn't I? Taking your soul as well, I would hardly break a sweat. Large and colorful wings spread from Zhuofan's back, sending a hazy glow. Old coot, you should know by now that no illusion could ever come close to reality. My sea phantom wings will send you into an illusion as well the moment you enter their haze and break your own illusion. Zhuofan flapped his wings, sending the haze for Elder Lu, who mocked. Damn brat, you're like a brainless monkey with all the right skills. The sea phantom wings are rare, yes, but they only affect the body. I am just a soul, so it does not work on me, ha ha ha. Zhuofan frowned, having just noticed this flaw as well, so he withdrew the wings, his right hand flashing red instead. Humph, no illusion is real, but this fist of mine couldn't be more true. An illusion is set up based on the reality surrounding us. I'll just ruin the place around us, and see how your illusion will crumble along with it. Zhuofan's eyes flashed, his red hand glowing brighter as he punched the ground. Boom. The earth quaked and then settled soon after. The red glow, Zhuofan, was blown away and sent flying, spitting blood as he flew. Ha ha ha, had enough? No matter how much brawn you have, there's no way you'll ever break my illusion. Elder Lu cackled again. Zhuofan stood back up, shaking his head in doubt. Can't be, the recoil has to be an illusion. My fist had to have ruined the ground. A few more punches and the illusion should fall apart. No sooner said than done. Zhuofan started punching all over the place with boundless power. Yet every time, the area he hit shook a bit, then turned the attack back. In just 5 punches, Juefan was a sorry mess. He was so wounded one could hardly think he was human. Elder Lu snickered at the side, enjoying his struggle. No matter how strong you are, this time you're finished. This is my world. In here I'm God. Looking like the very personification of the King of Hell, Elder Lu was laughing at him. The space warped and turned, with Juefan's legs sticking into a pool of blood along with the howls and shrieks only ghosts could come up with. Thousands upon thousands of specters came at Juefan. They were hideous and bloody, with eyes flashing with cruelty and bloodthirst. Juefan, give me back my life. Juefan, give me back my life. There were many among those specters that Juefan had killed before, now coming to take his life. Juefan squinted and cried, "Impossible, this is an illusion. I will just break you again to pieces." Juefan roared and tried to punch again, only to find his arm was caught. Juefan looked back to see the ghosts crawling over him and chewing on his arm. The incredible Qilin arm was gnawed out completely, bone and all. Juefan shook his head in disbelief. No, this can't be happening in an illusion. This isn't real. True, it's an illusion, but when someone dies in an illusion, they die in the real world as well. Ha ha ha! Elder Lu cackled with unbridled joy. Juefan roared as he felt the bites on his body, then the pain, yet could do nothing to stop it. Watching his body eaten alive one bite at a time, he found to his despair that he was sinking in the pool of blood until it swallowed him whole. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Juefan was just standing there with his eyes closed. There was a deep frown on his face as he winced in pain. His legs shook yet could not budge from their spot. A blue butterfly floated around him, covering him in a hazy glow while laughing like mad. He, dumb boy, you were wrong from the start. My soul is that of the dream butterfly. I send people into nightmares, not illusions. No matter what you're trying to do, nothing will help, because I am in control of your nightmare. In that world, I am God. Go ahead, fight as hard as you like, it won't help you at all. The fist in the dream is not the same as reality. The only thing that connects you to reality is life. If you die in the dream, you die out here as well. But even that is under my control. I will make you go through a world of suffering for killing my sect's disciples. Ha ha ha, too bad you'll never succeed. A chuckle sounded in his ears. He shook all over as the dream butterfly turned to the body, whose mind was now stuck in a nightmare. He cried, "Why, you're awake? I never fell asleep to begin with." The pain on his face eased and relaxed, replaced with Juefan's smirk. Dream butterfly is a truly rare soul form, good at catching the other off guard. A shame you had to face me, your bane. Elder Lu looked everywhere, to find the blue haze of his still on. No way, you're telling me you woke up from my nightmare? Ha ha ha, haven't you been listening? I said I never even fell asleep. Juefan grinned, and his figure faded away. Elder Lu gasped in fright. Another Juefan, not far away from here, was leaning on a tree, laughing to himself. His right eye had 3 golden halos flashing, while around the dream butterfly that was Elder Lu, there was an invisible barrier that rippled now and then. Chapter 643. Chapter 643. Exalted Heiran. Divine Eye of the Void's 3rd stage, Mirage World. As he said this in his mind, the halos took a bizarre glow. The world around Elder Lu was shaking as the bright sky turned dark and a blood moon like a huge eye crept higher and higher. It released an eerie glow as it overlooked all creation. Elder Lu gasped, his heart tensing. This is an illusion. You mean to tell me I was the one who fell for it? Hi, you guessed it, old coot. A sinister cackle came from above the clouds. Even before you unleashed your nightmare, I caught you in my illusion. Just like you said, this is my world, and the one to die is you, ha ha ha. Elder Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible, when did you find out I was hiding? You don't need to know. Juefan watched the panicking butterfly from afar with a twisted smile. The blood infant let out some creepy and sharp giggle as well as it floated down on his shoulder, and the two snickered together. To be fair, when Yoning pointed out this place, Zhuofan had sent blood infant ahead to scout, and lo and behold, Elder Lu lay in wait, so he set up his own snare, using his power of Mirage World to create an illusion there so that it only looked like he arrived there, while in fact, he was over here. Elder Lu took it as if his prey bought the bait and sprung the trap, never realizing Mirage World had taken hold of him in his moment of elation from the start. Everything went as Zhuofan planned. Elder Lu only lived a fantasy in his illusion roar. The earth shook violently and draconic roars broke the tranquility of the forest. With a loud explosion, the earth was torn apart as hundreds of dragons shot into the sky. Elder Lu was overwhelmed, trembling in fear. Zhuofan taunted, "Elder Lu, no matter how great your nightmare is, it's damn useless without a target. While in my Mirage World, it's nigh impossible to escape it, ha ha ha. What do you want?" Elder Lu tensed, flustered and cornered. Zhuofan snickered, "Picking up where you left off, only this time to you. Didn't you say something like any that died in a dream or illusion died in the real world as well? You best hold on tight and try to hold on through the torture, or your soul would just fly away. Wouldn't that be funny? Ha ha ha. You dare." The soul shook as he cursed, "You dare kill someone in the Double Dragon Manor? Humph, since you could, why can't I? If you wanted me dead, I can't very well not return the favor, now can I?" Zhuofan's tone grew louder. "Old coot, have a taste of being gnawed at by thousands of dragons for a change." Roar! Inside the illusion, the countless dragons roared at the sky as they converged on Elder Lu. Elder Lu gasped and turned to run away, but where? He only got 3 meters away as a dragon took a large bite out of his wing. Next came the others, biting from all over, and tearing his soul to pieces. Elder Lu felt his end was nigh, howling in pain. Ah! The dream butterfly shook harder and harder, and let out a wail of despair and agony. Zhuofan just kept on watching with a vile smile plastered on his face. Having formed the Heaven Dragon soul, his soul was stronger than when he was in Tianyu the last time he pulled this off on a peak radiant stage. All he managed to do was to trap him, while now he was actually having an easy time destroying an ethereal stage expert. Looking closer, he could tell based on soul strength alone that Elder Lu was in the 4th layer ethereal stage, who could do nothing against him. As helpless as a babe, he was confident this power would let him have an easy time around the average experts, despite still not being quite there to go wherever he wanted through the Western lands. At the very least, the common elders and venerables of a sect could do nothing to him. Zhuofan laughed at that. "Aren't I perhaps a little too strong for my age? Those old geezers can't hold a candle to me, ha ha ha." In his narcissistic moment of vanity, a voice came from behind. "Oh, you caught Lu so easy? Ha ha ha, he got what was coming to him. Kid, you got some skills. I see now how you wiped out his Sects team. By the looks of it, the lower 3 Sects stage is too small for you to show your stuff." Zhuofan squinted and cried. Whipping around, he saw an old man with black hair. Those deep eyes were fixed on him, bearing a faint smile. Whoosh! The shock had broken Zhuofan's concentration on the illusion, and Elder Lu's soul was left gasping on the ground from that endless torture. Zhuofan had no time to mind a nobody, getting his guard up around this old man. To come at me from behind yet still not notice him speaks volumes of his power. The vibe he got from him was the same way he felt around Danqing Shen. They had to be on the same level to be on the same ground as the best in Western lands. Told Zhuofan he wasn't one to mess around with. So he cupped his hands. "May I ask, Senior Dash?" Exalted He Ran barely lifted his weary head and lit up seeing the old man. "Exalted, you arrived in the nick of time. This boy dared to attempt murder in the Double Dragon Manor. Please exact punishment, Exalted." Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. "Exalted He Ran? Ha ha ha, correct." Elder Lu mocked, finding a shoulder to lean on. "Damn kid, you're finished. You don't even know the great exalted He Ran? Then let me put it another way so that your puny mind can understand. He is one of the exalted double dragons, the peak of demonic cultivation in Western lands, exalted He Ran. Exalted double dragon? Zhuofan squinted and gasped, looking at the old man in shock. He was one of the two exalted double dragons the Western lands saw as the strongest after Danqing Shen left. Exalted He Ran chuckled and waved it off. Kid, there's no need to panic, I did not come for you. In fact, I came to help you. But from what I saw, my help wasn't required, ha ha ha. What? Elder Lu gasped. Exalted sir, he broke Double Dragon Manor's rules, how can? Shut it! Exalted He Ran's eyes turned sharp as he stared him down. Elder Lu, you take me for a fool? Why did you kidnap those girls then? He pointed at the unconscious Shuang and Yongning leaning on a tree. Exalted He Ran snorted. We have come to a decision regarding yesterday's incident at the lower 3 Sects stage, yet you dare disobey Double Dragon Manor's rules just to pursue some petty vendetta? Ignorant mongrel, we treat the Sects with courtesy out of respect, not trample them for their weaknesses. Exalted He Ran snapped at Elder Lu, who shook and stammered, but, whoosh. Exalted He Ran merely flicked and a ball of air shot at Elder Lu's soul, bursting it to pieces. Now gone from this world, that was all it took for Exalted He Ran to kill Elder Lu. It was so fast that not even Zhuofan could react. I thought I told you to shut up, yet you still go on yapping? His cold eyes roamed over the soul wisps. Zhuofan felt a shiver down his back. Facing this exalted double dragon left him, feeling meek and powerless. Exalted He Ran turned a bright smile to him after sizing him up. You truly are a marvel. So much power for someone so young. How fortunate for Western lands. You're even better than that disciple we had to expel. Senior, you're too kind. Zhuofan's eyes darted everywhere. Expelled disciple? Is that Danqing Shen? It has to be. Though the question was, did Exalted He Ran say that with joy or anger? If it was the latter, would it not mean the Exalted would take it out on him? Though if he was still fond of the old master and disciple bond, the joy might be greater and Zhuofan could keep his poor little life. So which is it? Looking straight at Exalted He Ran, he was feeling anxiety, unable to discern if the smile was a sneer or one of cherishing. Chapter 644. Chapter 644, Ban. Ha ha ha, kid, no need to fret, I told you I wasn't here for you. And you saw how I killed the old thing for you, so it can't be any more obvious that I'm on your side. Exalted He Ran chuckled at Zhuofan's stumped look. Zhuofan did not dare to believe him just yet. Until he had a grasp on the Exalted's character, he would keep his guard up. And besides, the old man was a demonic cultivator on top. Every man out there knew demonic cultivators were weirdos. What if the Exalted liked to toy with people, then get you once your guard was down? It had nothing to do with strength, but character. Zhuofan was just as respectful, while on high alert for any of his gestures. Thank you for saving me, Exalted. I told you already I came to help, but it turned out to be for nothing. Fine, you're one cautious kid. Exalted He Ran noticed Zhuofan did not unclench and knew he was on guard. Zhuofan said, Exalted sir, may I take my leave? Zhuofan got the girls under his arms, ready to get the hell out. Come back. Exalted He Ran was annoyed by his attitude. Am I that scary to run away in panic? Exalted sir, didn't you say you came to help me? Now that you saved me and the culprit is dead, what more would sir want from me? Zhuofan spoke casually. Exalted He Ran rolled his eyes and nodded. Kid, you just want to run away? I came to protect you and you want to leave? You think that's proper? Ugh, Exalted sir, it's you who said you came for nothing. Regardless if you acted or not, I could take care of myself. So, thank you for your concern, sir, but I can't return the favor. Zhuofan got more confident the more he read Exalted He Ran's character. He figured out the old man came for him specifically and with a job in mind. Why else would he nag on and on about saving him? They decided on this course of action, but could not just spill it either. Exalted Hey Rant's eyes lit up and said, I helped you deal with Elder Lu, so that would mean I helped you in turn. It's not meddling at all. Think about it, if he died by your hand, you'd offend beast taming sect. But since I did it, I carried out the rules and the beast taming sect can't say anything. Yet they'll still take it out on me. So what's the difference? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Unless you level beast taming sect, then we have nothing to talk about, and can't return the favor. Exalted Hey Rant's face twitched in anger. Ha ha ha. I did not let our precious disciple do it when he wanted to do the same to stabilize Western lands, and you think I'll do it for you? Then there's no favor to return. Bye. Zhuofan waved him off and ran, but Exalted Hey Rant snapped, Hold it! Get back here! I am not done talking. Zhuofan spun around, beaming back with a broad smile and a straight back, Here it comes. Let's see why you really came for me. On any other day someone came to him for a job. He'd made sure to get the other party's weakness. No matter how tougher the other was than him, he'd control the negotiations. Seeing Zhuo changing tunes at the drop of a hat, Exalted Hey Rant frowned and laughed. Kid, can you cut the act? I'm not asking you the world anyway. Just to give you a ban. You are not to fight in the lower 3 sects and middle 3 sects stages. That is all. Zhuofan cocked his head, That's it? And you decided this by yourselves without asking me? If you want to read more chapters, please visit freewebn.com to experience faster update speed. Ha ha ha, you think we'd consult with a junior? Exalted Hey Rant sighed. No rule can be overcompensating. The Double Dragon Gathering had always received the other 9 sects' approval. What is more important is the fact it was conducted with fairness. How else would we gain the trust of every power in Western lands? The populace would be in a mess and the Western lands in chaos. Even though you had made no mistake, we had to put you under this ban without any real grounds. Or it will affect our reputation. You're just too damn strong, going way over the limit of even what a middle 3 sects genius could do. If you go out there, they won't step on the stage and we won't get to measure the sect's potential. It will lose its meaning. That is why we wish for you to withdraw from these stages. It will only be until the superior 3 sects fight. The demon scheming sect would be lost without you in that stage. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. How do you know we aimed for being a superior 3 sect? Ha ha ha, all of demon scheming sect's strength are qualified for it. Exalted Hey Rant laughed. Zhuofan's frown deepened. He was not hesitating because he was afraid for those disciples in getting to the superior 3 sects battles. You pegged him all wrong. He was pondering how to fleece this great expert before him of some goodies. Exalted Hey Rant scratched his beard, sneering. I've known for some time of Lu's plan. I did not act because I wanted to see what you were capable of. And just like that elder said, you're a monster through and through. You are a threat to the lower 3 sects, something that should not exist. Exalted Sir, are you threatening me? Zhuofan cut him off. As an exalted of the Double Dragon Manor, you can just strike at any sect's disciples as you want. An exalted could not, but Elder Lu's hatred for you ran deep, even laying a trap to kill you. And then the Double Dragon Manor found out the truth, so we executed him on the spot, giving you justice. So you tell me if Humph, my that does sound quite logical. Zhuofan gnashed his teeth and nodded. Fine, I agree. I won't be joining any of the following fights. Zhuofan grabbed the girls and was gone. Exalted Hey Rant nodded. Ha ha ha, the kid is a sneaky one. I planned on appealing to his human nature to return the favor, but I still had to threaten him in the end. Exalted Hey Rant sighed, then shouted, This is about Double Dragon Manor's honor. I don't want a word of this getting out. Not to worry, your filthy affairs are safe with me. Having a clue how the Double Dragon Manor operated, Zhuofan didn't give a damn about their reputation and started cursing them out loud. Since you love preaching justice so much, I just have to stay clear of breaking your rules, and you can do nothing to me. Humph. Exalted He Ran got angry then chuckled. The kid is too smart for his own good. He was cautious to the extreme until he grasped the situation. Now that he did, he has no fear. He isn't one to be bogged down by trifles, his eyes ever looking at the bigger picture. But his temper does bear a striking resemblance to Xing's arrogance. Won't we be in a deep mess again? An aged voice said, and an old man with white hair appeared in front of Exalted He Ran. He was the other Exalted He Ran's face twitched and sighed. By May, did we not handle Double Dragon Manor for the sake of the cultivators in Western lands, to make cultivation fair? So that those that could cultivate would be able to pursue enlightenment without worry. But as time passed, more and more people focus on resources, while true cultivators dwindle by the day. It happens to demonic cultivators and righteous cultivators. They have become too greedy and have forgotten the core principle of cultivation. As did we. For Western lands to be a fair place, we cast out our prized pupil. Thinking about it now, he and that girl's dream of creating a free world, was that not his path? Across the ages, the rare occurrence of someone with a clear pursuit appeared, and it happened to be our disciple. Yet why did we have to squash his aspiration? Maybe we no longer are the cultivators that did so anymore. Now we control Western lands as the exalted Double Dragon. Exalted by Mayside, we have changed as the Western lands changed. Exalted He Ran nodded. Unable to hold to our aspiration means forsaking the pursuit of Tao. We are nothing more than monarchs in the secular world. Ha ha ha, no wonder Xing surpassed us so quickly. We hardly make a move in ages, because we strayed farther from the true path. Now that we had met another such person, will we do the same thing again? Bai Mei remained silent. Being the highest power of Western lands, they were tied to its interests. Their duty was to protect Western lands' stability. No matter who posed a threat to it, they would dispose of it even if the whole of Western lands found them in the wrong. Just because they were the strongest exalted double dragons of Western land. He Ran glanced at Bai Mei. If Xing returns, I want to give him the sword. Let him follow his aspirations. Bai Mei pondered for a bit, then nodded. Chapter 645. Chapter 645. Unprecedented. 3 days later, once the shock died out from Zhuofan's punch and exalted double dragons ruling, the lower 3 sects stage resumed. Only this time, it was just between 2 sects. Even so, the delegates from every nation looked more excited than ever. Zhuofan and Demon Scheming Sect had given them a nice surprise, and the news spread like wildfire to other sects, to the point every sect was here when the fighting resumed. To this unprecedented grand occasion, look, Demon Soul Sect is here. Han Yunfeng came with a dozen other people, taking their seats with self-important attitudes. They even had their elders along. He didn't come with his brothers alone this time, since Zhuofan's power concerned his entire sect, while also letting his juniors see what they would have to face later on. They just took their seats when another cry came. The new group came right for them. In the lead was a guy with a wide smile. That's the strongest middle 3 sect, Sword God Sect. Wen Tao. Han Yunfeng squinted and fixed his eyes on the leader. The nice and elegant young master, whose smile never seemed to fall, looked over with sharp eyes, the only feature of his face that changed. Yet the same eyes sent fear in any that met them. Second young master Han cried, "Gentle Sword Wen Tao? He's actually in the 4th layer ethereal stage. Not even outdone by the geniuses of the superior 3 sections. He is another genius, the adversary in our generation." Han Yunfeng huffed. In other words, if Zhuofan had been out of the picture, they would be focusing on Wen Tao, The best talent in the middle three sects. He acted like Han Yunfeng's hostility wasn't even there, laughing as he cupped his hands. Young Master Han, it's been a while, and I see you made progress, to the second layer of ethereal stage. Congratulations, ha ha ha. Are you mocking me, is that it? You who have 2 layers over me? Han Yunfeng was outraged when Tao waved him off. Oh, you misunderstand me so. I was being honest here. I heard you were here when the lower 3 sects fought 3 days ago. Is that kid that got the Exalted to come for really that amazing? Will he be a threat to us? Humph, watch and you'll see. Han Yunfeng refused to answer him when Tao scratched his nose, looking at him with glum. I was only asking, no need to be so petty about it. Like I don't have any other means of knowing. When Tao pulled the stern youth over, Junior brother, tell them of your relation to that guy. I am Xie Tianshang from Tianyu. I once fought alongside Zhuo. His face was as grave as before, his eyes flashing. Zhuo Fan would have flipped his lid if he knew. The hell are you doing here when you should be helping out Luo Alliance back in Tianyu? When Tao laughed, his face all smug like, see that? I have way more info than you. How about an exchange? Han Yunfeng's reply was a sneer. Look, Heaven Trailing Sect is here. Another cried, wasn't Heaven Trailing Sect the head of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects? We should be asking them for info on the demon scheming sect. When Tao's eyes darted around, waving Han Yunfeng off as he went for Heaven Trailing Sect, forgive me, we'll be leaving now. We'll talk later, ha ha ha. Han Yunfeng's face sank. Second young Master Han was stunned. Is Wen Tao really the best genius from the middle 3 sects? He doesn't look like much, just your average scholar. You know nothing. Han Yunfeng snapped. Wen Tao is called Gentle Sword because he is a wolf in sheep's clothing, one that uses a heavy hand with a soft touch. You never fought him, so you don't know his style, his scholarly air hiding a savage beast. He combines 2 sword styles in one, which is why is called Gentle Sword, for being gentle on the outside while hiding a sword behind. Finding out you were taken out in the gentlest way is the worst. Dazzling and beautiful is what hides the power of his strikes. Shuddering on the inside, second young Master Han gasped. Get lost. Han Yunfeng's group smiled. Superior 3 sects are here as well. The kid's strength touched every one of the sections. All are here to see him. They must all feel threatened, ha ha ha. Under the shock of all, Yen Mo brought Hellion Flame's disciples to his seat. Even Elder Qing Ye was here. The people darted out of the way, not wanting to curb their lives short. If you want to read more chapters, please visit freeweb.com to experience faster update speed. You saw him, right? Is he that strong? Why else would there be so many people here? How is he compared to Brother Yen? Hellion Flame's disciples were all asking the only one who had seen Zhuo Fan in action. But when it came to this question, she was put on the spot, looking at Yen Mo for an answer. Yen Mo hemmed, and that was it, ha ha ha. Yen Mo, it's been ages, right? How have you been? A lively voice came in time to save her from answering. Ultimate Clarity Sect, Wu Qingqiu. Yen Mo squinted, turning to the group coming over, with a youth in blue leading them. Yen Mo cupped his hands leisurely, and then mocked. So the great best talent in Western lands knows fear after all. Are you scared the kid is going to steal your precious title? Ha ha ha, not at all. Ultimate Clarity Sect focuses on clarity. Being free and elegant, to not let fame and fortune weigh us down. The title means nothing to me. You are welcome to take it if you want to. Humph, I will do just that, once I beat you. Saying this now is like mocking me. Yen Mo glared. Wu Qingqiu sighed. That is hardly my intention. Today's fame might be another's tomorrow's. Why should one even care? Moreover, the new always replaces the old. In this world, one cannot just keep his position forever. Wu Qingqiu glanced over at the youth in gray next to him. Yen Mo squinted at the youth, then he felt his heart thumping, feeling danger for some odd reason. What the hell? Who on earth is he? Why do I feel so scared? The youth met Yen Mo's shocked eyes and smiled, cupping his hands. I am Yi Lin, Zhuofan's only rival. No one else is worthy. Yen Mo shook to the bone, staring at the youth, yet nothing came out of his mouth. He was so overwhelmed he couldn't even retort, just like how a beast would meet the king of beasts and would instantly bow down. This was a feeling not even Zhuofan gave him. His scalp felt numb and soaked, his heart frantic. The unshakable fear brought shocked him even more as to who this guy was. The world's justice can only come from us, righteous sect. A shout announced the coming of a dozen disciples in yellow, strutting on the scene like they owned the place. The leader was an imposing and charismatic man, tall and sturdy. When a demon rises, my justice shall prevail it. I, Zhao Dezhu, will grasp victory. Wu Qingqiu's face twitched watching them strut and sighed. This has always been universal righteous sect style, zealous in its bigotry, taking it upon itself to purge demons from this world. Now that it knew the demon-scheming sect had reared its head, they came to destroy them. Purge demons? The last of the superior three sects always ends up losing against my Hellion flame. Yet they dare preach about purging demons? Yen Mo mocked. Universal righteous sect only knows how to run their mouth. Zhao Dezhu? Who on earth can he take on? Wu Qingqiu laughed and nodded. With his narrowed righteous path, he can't hold anyone on it. Not to mention, exalted He Ran is also a demonic cultivator, ha. Whoosh! The judging elder appeared on stage, his presence demanding silence. He bowed to no one and said, Please take your seats, exalted. Whoosh! The exalted double dragon appeared in their highest seats and the crowd bowed at once. Bai Mei waved. No need for courtesy, people. Are the participating sects present? Mystical Heaven sect and Demon Scheming sect's disciples, enter. The judge nodded and shouted. The two sect's disciples walked in, with everyone's gazes fixed on the one leading the Demon Scheming sect's team, yet Zhuofan did not go on stage, opting to go to the Demon Scheming sect's resting area and plop his butt down. The crowd started. Then Zhuofan lifted a finger and with a flash, words appeared on the wall. Witness the peak and the pinnacle, me. Gathering geezers 3 by 3. The wine shall be endless, all night we could revel. If only there was one who could get on my level? Chapter 646. Chapter 646. 4 on 4. Such crass. The disciples of all sects glared in fury, while Universal Righteous Sect was positively berserk about it. Zhao Dezhu even rained down profanities. Accursed demonic degenerate, where do you come from talking like this? My Universal Righteous Sect will crush you where you stand, pulverize your every cell. The other sects, who on a good day would be revolted by Universal Righteous Sect's incessant and unsound zealotry, had to agree with them on this point, with a most outstanding thumbs up. The punk is too outrageous. He needs some sense beaten into him, hard. Wu Qingqiu chuckles. He won't fight yet, wrote those taunting words. He wants everyone to fight him. Witness the peak and the pinnacle, me. Gathering geezers 3 by 3. The wine shall be endless, all night we could revel. If only there was one who could get on my level? I am ready, having set the wine, so throw your pesky ants at me if you got what it takes. I'll take them all on. Yi Lin translated the lines. Senior brother, that's his intent. Wu Qingqiu nodded. Ha. Who can get on my level? Junior brother won't go on stage unless there's someone challenging him. But you won't be drinking wine with him, instead, you'll have to endure all he gives you. Alas, now all sex experts are itching to put him in his place. Just as he said, when Tao and the others exploded with bloodthirst, Yen Mo noticed as well, but he disdained, having already fought with Zhuofan. Who among them will make it? It'll be easy to get him on stage, but to fight him? Wu Qingqiu, even you'll have a hard time. Wu Qingqiu gave him a deep look. His heart tense. It was a first to see this proud man say such words. Then he smiled. That hardly matters. What's important is that we have someone to fight him. Wu Qingqiu patted Yi Lin with a vague smile. Yi Lin did not mind. His eyes fixed on Zhuofan. Zhuofan shuddered and looked among the crowd, searching him. The two's eyes finally met. This feeling of meeting an age-long enemy filled them with the joy of reunion, hostility, and thirst for battle. I'll wait for you on the superior 3 Sects stage. Yi Lin mouthed. Zhuofan's brow shook and nodded. Yen Mo shuddered, noticing their fixed gazes. This only happened among people of similar power. It only proved that this guy was as strong as Zhuofan, if not stronger. Yen Mo's heart felt heavy as he sighed curses. Another abomination cropped up. The exalted double dragons chuckled on the inside. This kid is more outrageous than Xing by a mile. I told him he can't go on stage yet, and the brat set the stage for others to do it for him, and all by merely taunting the other 8 sections. Such dauntless courage had them admiring him. Only a man with true aspiration can pursue the truth. By May, is he good for Double Dragon Manor now? Ha ha ha, more than good. Exalted by May took out a roster and wrote Zhuofan on the very distant line, and so, the first candidate for Double Dragon Manor's disciples was set. Let the drawing begin. The judge brought the boxes with numbers back, unaware of the Exalted's agreement with Zhuofan. Demon scheming sect, you only have 9 fighters. What's the point of all fighting against them? Fiend Yang mocked. Mystical Heaven sect gnashed their teeth in hatred. They're after us. Unaware, Fiend Yang and his disciples' brains were mush ever since Zhuofan came back with the girls. He decided all by himself that he would not go up there unless the challenger was worth his time. This stumped the 3 venerables. They did not force the issue, since even without Zhuofan, their team had enough oomph to get them through most fights. Who the hell was strong enough to fight him anyway? That would mean one of your fights will be a forfeit and -2 points on the evaluation. The judge reminded, leaving beast-taming Sects incident aside, Mystical Heaven Sects fight would be an automated win. That would make their score equal to yours, at 20 points. It's fine. Like a true big shot, Fiend Yang did not care and laughed. Let them have those measly points, we'll just get them back with interest. We'll win the remaining 18 points, and that is that. 18 versus 2 points would hardly make a difference in the long run. Mystical Heaven Sects team was itching to punch Fiend Yang into the ground, though all they could do was sigh. They do have the power to back it up. Only Elder Yun squinted with an insidious plan cooking in his eyes. The judge shook his head. Since you're so great, please draw first. Each Sect's disciple got his opponent in no time. But looking at the lineup, Elder Yun lit up. Good, we might still have a chance. Qingqing, I'll propose a 4-on-4 fight to the judge, so you can use the formation you're most familiar with. You need to pay attention to Lu Xie the most, the other 3 won't matter. Chu Qingqing tightened her grip on the sword and nodded. Fiend Yang was frowning. Taiying, Kuei Gang, you'll be up against their strongest fighters. The odds aren't certain of success. Then there's Jade Sword Fairy Shui Ruohua, the leader of Mystical Heaven Sects 4 Swords, in the 9th layer Radiant stage. Kuei Gang, can you handle it? No problem, we are geared up. Kuei Gang sounded a bit forced but was not going to back down. Fiend Yang shook his head and sneered. And you think they aren't? Shui Ruohua's Dipper Sword is a 7th grade spiritual weapon. In the end, it'll come down to strength after all. Kuei Gang paused. Zhuofan smiled. It's fine since we have 6 in the ethereal stage. We just need 6 wins and you 3 losing won't matter. Yes, master. Kuei Gang and Yuer lit up, relaxing. Fiend Yang rolled his eyes. Speaking of, our odds would be the best if a certain big shot would go up there, wouldn't you think? What am I supposed to do after being threatened? Zhuofan rolled his eyes. He could not just spill the beans on this, or the exalted double dragons would wipe them all out. That would mean breaking their rules and, while not important, it affected their name. Westernland's strongest reputation had more weight than thousands upon thousands of lives. Zhuofan kept mum about it, taking upon himself the role of the arrogant bastard and waving them to get a move on. Don't hold back, crush these ingrates. Fiend Yang roared. Demon scheming Sects team went forward with cold smiles, filled with the intent to kill. Mystical Heaven Sects side felt a chill on their back. Spam. Chi Changlong struck once and sent a Mystical Heaven Sect disciple out of bounds and out of this world. The judge shouted. The first fight goes to the Demon Scheming Sect. The Mystical Heaven Sects team's face fell. They could feel the Demon Scheming Sect was out for their blood. They must be pissed for throwing them away earlier. Young Master Chi, what are you doing? Who told you to cut it so short? You're supposed to torture them, grind their bodies until they'll think again about crossing us. Fiend Yang raved as Chi Changlong came off the stage. Chi Changlong shrugged. Sorry, I'm not a sicko with weird hobbies. Shit, and you call yourself a demonic cultivator? Where's your passion, the drive? Fiend Yang sighed, I have none. Bai Lian came over, patting his shoulder and walking on stage. She kept it just as brief and just as casual in taking the other's life and coming back down. I used to be like that, but not anymore, sorry. Gue, who in the third match was much more reserved, no longer leaking his savagery all over the place. His heart was calmer as a result. He did not even kill his target, just send him off with a heavy wound. Coming back, he was met with Fiend Yang's baffled face. He shrugged. I didn't feel like doing it. What the hell does that mean? What's that got do to with killing? Fiend Yang was stumped. Zhuofan smiled. Elder Yuan's teaching didn't go unheard. A tiger hunts with all its strength when it's hungry. So why go all out if the situation doesn't demand it? Fourth match, Mystical Heaven Sects Chu Qingqing against Demon Scheming Sects Lu Xie. The judge announced. Elder Yun jumped to his feet. Elder, Mystical Heaven Sect requests a 4-on-4 battle. 4. Fiend Yang started. Does that mean he has a formation for 4 people to use? Chapter 647. Chapter 647. 4 Elements Cycle Array. When speaking of a sect's power, experts were valued, granted, but a formation, a combination of forces resulting in power beyond the sum of its part, was even more sought after. Thus Double Dragon Gathering came with an exception. The formation took priority. To observe its pros and cons, Double Dragon Gathering had a formation as well. For scheming demons and impermanence, 5 all practiced such types of arts. A pity they did not make the cut for Double Dragon Gathering, and this was Mystical Heaven Sect's sole chance for a comeback. A formation, declare your formation. The judge turned to Elder Yun. Elder Yun bowed and presented a jade slip. This is the 4 Elements Cycle Array the sect leader had worked with hundreds of elders and venerable to create. It harnesses the power of the world, drawing on the elements to form a flawless domain in all directions. It requires 4 maidens of special and different constitutions to practice it, to harness the primal chaos, and combine yin and yang. When they join hands, nothing can stop them. I await your orders, Exalted. The judge vanished and reappeared high above on the stands, presenting the jade slip with a bow. Exalted He ran inspected it first, then gave it to Exalted Bai Mei with a smile. How curious, it's worth a look. If the might of the formation is adequate, it will be Westernland's fortune. Exalted Bai Mei nodded. The judge returned to the arena and flicked his hand. Mystical Heaven Sect is to prepare the formation. Demon Scheming Sect, present your fighters. Chu Qingqing stepped on the stage with permafrost. Shui Ruohua took Danner and a girl in blue after her, all holding swords glinting in a different light. Fiend Yang's eyes shook, gnashing his teeth and turning around, to Taiying, Kuei Gang, and Yuer. What a blunder. It never occurred to me they'd have a formation. Double Dragon Gathering is the most susceptible to formations that can boost one's power. As long as a sect comes up with one, the Exalted will allow it. While the drawing of numbers determined the formation's opponents, coming forward to test it out. This was like a 4-on-4 battle. But unlike a disorganized team of 4, a formation would crush the opposition, especially since they had Lu Xie as the sole fighter in the ethereal stage, while the rest were in the radiant stage. Even a soul battle would be uncertain of success, now even more so if the other side won this. They'd get 8 points, placing them right next to them, at a tie. Ol Yun, has this been your plan all along? Fiend Yang flared his nostrils and spat. Lu Xie, it's all on you now. Show no mercy. No worry, going easy isn't in my vocabulary. Hi. Lu Xie's eyes glinted an eerie green, taking the other 3 radiant stage teammates on the stage cupping her hands. Shui Ruohua stepped out. It was our fault last time, and I understand your resentment. But you killed 2 of our fellow disciples, Desh. Now you're begging for mercy, ingrates? It's a little late for that. Lu Xie cut her off with little care. Shui Ruohua was about to continue when Chu Qingqing said, Senior Sister Ruohua, it's fine. In any case, fighting in the Double Dragon gathering is unavoidable, regardless of grudges. Ha, you're not Steward Zhuo's old friend for nothing. So you do get it. Though can I not go easy on you as well? Lu Xie mocked, watching Zhuofan from afar. With his stern and unfazed expression, Chu Qingqing chuckled. You're afraid of him? It's fine, we already decided that we each have our own life and live with no remorse. Lu Xie peeked at Zhuofan and eased up, seeing his uncaring attitude. Doesn't look like he gives much damn about this chick. That suits me just fine. Lu Xie snickered. Hope you won't hold it against me for striking the fairer sex. Lu Xie's aura exploded with the might of the 3rd layer ethereal stage as a light green miasma shot for the girls. It's his soul attack. Get in formation. Shui Ruohua cried, then Chu Qingqing and the rest gathered around, holding their blades pointing downward as their edges flicked in a bizarre light show. With a humming sound, a barrier formed on the spot. The relentless force slammed into the barrier, yet it was akin to a breeze caressing a still lake, merely causing it to ripple. Lu Xie was bug-eyed, not expecting a formation so simple to take on a soul attack. The crowd was just as astonished. It was common knowledge a radiant stage expert was nothing to an ethereal stage expert, yet to still fight back was more than a little bizarre. Exalted double dragons were impressed. This combination art has some value. Amidst all the shock the people felt, they failed to notice Shua's face tensing the instant Lu Xie's soul attack struck. He leaned forward and a golden halo flashed in his right eye, ready to come to the rescue the instant he saw them. Fine, and Chu Qingqing bore the same calmness. He eased up no matter what he said before Double Dragon Manor, that he and Chu Qingqing had broken all ties. His heart could not bear it to see her suffer the dissonance. Had his mind in a serious battle, to follow his lone path, or, damn Lu Xie, he went for the kill. Zhuofan's thoughts switched to Lu Xie, glaring at him. Change formation to sword cycle. The 4 girls split up, now standing in 4 positions and their swords shining. Strange energy came from around them, linking them together. Chu Qingqing was the first to attack, going after Lu Xie, 10 meters away. The coldness of her permafrost thickened with every step. Lu Xie's heart tense, feeling increasing danger, overwhelmed from shock. The 4 of them together are a threat to me? No way. He was in the ethereal stage. The fact the girls could take on a soul attack in the radiant stage, even with the formation, it was already praiseworthy. But threaten him? His instinct could not have been lying to him though, as his brow got more sweaty with the increasing danger. Profound ranked martial art blight. Lu Xie struck a palm at the 4 girls, unleashing an all-encompassing thick green cloud in the form of a tornado as it made its way for them. It also contained his soul power. If it hit, the girls were done for. Zhuofan tensed once again, but Chu Qingqing's icy eyes restored his peace of mind. This attack won't work on them. Chu Qingqing shouted, and the other girls pointed their swords at her. 3 rays of light shot into her body and her permafrost shine grew many times over. Elements combine, moon cutting cold edge. Whoosh! Chu Qingqing released all its frigid power into the green tornado with a resounding explosion. The green tornado was split apart, the frigid wave continuing unmarred for Lu Xie. Lu Xie was stumped that the four girls could attack him. He was so caught up in the moment that all he could do was resist the sword strike. Bam! Lu Xie was flying, blood trailing behind him, and his hands now had a layer of ice on them on impact. The frigid strike exploded around as well, damaging his three teammates. They had no chance as they got flung out of the stage and out of the fight. Fiend Yang held his head in helplessness. They knew the trio was useless, but there had to be a limit as to how much that was. It was fine even if they ended up as mere bystanders to Lu Xie and the girls' fight, but get taken out by the aftershock? Talk about humiliation. This just proved the formation was deadly, bridging the gap between the radiant stage and the ethereal stage. Fiend Yang patted Zhuofan's shoulder. It would have been best if you were there. Thank God I am not. Zhuofan glanced at Chu Qingqing and chuckled. Fiend Yang picked up on it and his face fell. He pressed hard on his shoulder while cursing, "You infatuated brat, now I see it is best you didn't go up there, or you'd thrown in the match by now." The audience witnessed this impressive display with a gaped mouth. Exalted Double Dragon nodded as well. Intrigued, the Double Dragon Manor's candidates list came out once more. Only Lu Xie picked himself off the floor with a pissed look. Chapter 648. Chapter 648. Encompassing Poison Net. The four elements cycle array blends primal chaos and the elements, excelling in both offense and defense. Even an ethereal stage expert's soul attack will only get neutralized in the cycle's power. It's truly mystical. Such fortune upon Mystical Heaven Sect, who is a lower 3 sect, to create such a wondrous formation. Ha ha ha! Wu Qingqiu praised. Yen Mo disdained. The formation is fancy enough, but so are its requirements. Not just anyone can use it. The leader must have the rare primal spirit constitution. Shui Ruohua has a metal element body, the girl in red has a fire element body, and the one in blue wood. Then, with the heavy and imposing earth element in the middle, heaven and earth become one, releasing such a natural and devastating power. Giving it to some average people, the elements won't combine and the formation would crumble. True, the formation had some harsh conditions, unsuited for everyone and ill-equipped to help a sect rise to power. Nevertheless, to those four, it is a sharp weapon they chose to use to enter Double Dragon Manor. Wu Qingqiu nodded, then pointed out Chu Qingqing. You mean she is the one with the water element? Why does it feel right and wrong at the same time? Metal endears water, water endears wood. The water element body can at best connect with two people, so why does she look to be the core of the formation? Everyone's power, even the condensed power of Earth, is focused within her. Yenemo sneered, mocking Wu Qingqiu. Is that all the amazing best talent in Western lands amounts to? Don't you see it? See what? Wait, you do see something? Wu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow with a smug grin. Yenemo nodded. Of course, the girl has no water element body, but the empty spirit body. She can use all elemental cultivation method. She only practiced a water cultivation method just so it would match the formation. The legendary supporting constitution, empty spirit body. Wu Qingqiu stared hard at her, shocked beyond belief. He sighed after a pause. I see. I was wondering why the formation was so strong. It was because of her. With the rumored empty spirit body, she could transform all kinds of different energy type. It is the closest constitution to the primal chaos. It's a real miracle such an amazing physique came from a tiny lower 3 sect. She would be the most sought-after disciple by all the leaders in any sect. Yilin nodded, but Yilin smiled. Ha ha ha, a rare body indeed, but weak still. To lone wolves like us, she's just as average as the next person. Once she gets a little stronger, then we'll see if she'll make a fine adversary. But by engaging in dual cultivation with such a body, your cultivation will soar. Yilin stared at Yilin, speaking solemnly as if he was talking to Wu Qingqiu. He saw this mystery guy as someone worthy of his respect without even realizing it. Yilin sneered. Dual cultivation, by definition, comes from two halves, one which isn't yours and never will be. It's just too flat. Of the 10 heavenly Daos, none relied on dual cultivation. The minute one does, he strays from it. The 10 heavenly Daos? Yenemo and Wu Qingqiu asked at the same time. Yilin bore a mystical smile. This is too soon for you to bother with. They're the 10 ancient emperors, though you've never heard of them, I'm sure. Ha ha ha, it's fine, since all you focus on is the strength in the now. The ones pursuing the end of the path are me and him. Yilin's eyes flashed as he watched Zhuofan. Yes, him. Of the entire continent, just the two of us know of that place and are working towards it. Startled, Yenemo and Wu Qingqiu paused, not understanding anything he said. All they could feel was how far away the two were from them. Meanwhile, exalted double dragons found the oddity around the formation as well, placing another name right under Zhuofan's, Chu Qingqing by Mei. The lass has no water element, but the legendary empty spirit body. Exalted He Ran was grave. Exalted by Mei nodded. The empty spirit body, a container of everything. There is no way otherwise for the formation to unleash such natural energy. In other words, the reason for the formation's power surpassing the elements is all due to her. I am amazed the mystical heavens sect found her. Chu Qingqing is a true rarity, but so are the other three. Since the formation needs all of them, we will accept them all. Exalted He Ran wrote down the other three girls as well. Exalted by Mei nodded. While the exalted were chatting over candidates, the audience was a sea of noise, all discussing what they just witnessed. Most gaped in awe, and some mocked Lu Xie for ending up beaten by 4 girls one stage under him. These jeers were made to reach his ears too, making his face fall. He wiped the blood from his mouth, and looked at his opponents with a poisonous glare of hatred. Lu Xie sized the formation up, removing all the early contempt he had before and seeing it as a real opponent. He soon noticed how the formation flowed, centered around Chu Qingqing and painting a target on her. Grinning, Lu Xie shook and a 5-meter-tall and green image of a spider formed around him. Its cruel eyes reflected its 4 targets, showing his soul meant he was going all out. Everyone turned serious now that his soul lay bare. Even the audience. It was a rare occasion for an ethereal stage expert to go all out. Chu Qingqing and her teammates' mood was heavy, encompassing poison net. Lu Xie grinned and the huge spider spewed out green gas. The columns of gas slithered like reptiles for the 4 girls, but when they touched the 4 elements cycle array's limit, they went around it just like a massive spider web. It trapped the girls within. Zhuofan knew what the kid was after. The 4 elements cycle array looked impregnable, but enough force trumped everything. In face of true power, no matter how intricate the formation, it would fall like a tower of cards. It all came to how strong this force was and how it was used. Lu Xie's first head-on attempt didn't work, so now he used his head. The girls were solemn now that their adversary was getting serious. Whoosh! The huge spider shook and sprung for the girls. Its great aura made it hard to breathe. Shocked, they sent all their power to Chu Qingqing. Permafrost in her hand shone ever brighter and ever colder. She lifted her sword and sent a white wave. The instant the attack was about to hit, the spider turned to green smoke and scattered. The white wave hit nothing. The smoke moved around the formation's barrier and tightened. The audience could now see that the gas was no poison, but minute threads. Thousands upon thousands of spider threads spun around the girls. Lu Xie grinned. He, soul poison explosion. Boom. The string of endless explosions obscured everyone's sight of the girls. All they could see was endless green smoke, and hearing the stage's barrier rumbling, Zhuofan tightened his fists, more worried than ever. The spectators were first stunned, and then amazed by Lu Xie's meticulous plan. His insidious gaze easily found out the formation's weakness. The formation used the power of the world itself and seemed perfect, by all means, but it needed 4 people to work together, to blend their powers into one. So just now, the spider faked an attack to force them to pour everything into Chu Qingqing, thus a shift in balance. As Chu Qingqing got stronger, the rest weakened. Lu Xie dodged her attack at that moment, going after the 3 girls instead. At their worst moment, Wu Qingqiu and everyone else watched with bated breath. Lu Xie smirked, going forward to clean up the pieces. Once the booming stopped, what welcomed him was a white cold flash coming from the thick dust. Before he could even react, it reached as close as his neck. Before it stopped, Lu Xie looked in shock, only to see the 3 girls he targeted bleeding from the mouth, as Chu Qingqing alone, with her cold eyes, was pointing her blade at his throat. Around her was a crystal-clear ice formed, and not just her, but all the girls as well, that kept the poison at bay. At the same time, the power of the world came from the girls and into Chu Qingqing, brimming her with the power to fight an ethereal stage expert. Chapter 649. Chapter 649, Heartless. This can't be. Lu Xie wasn't the only one so shocked. Wu Qingqiu, Yan Mo, and all geniuses from the superior 3 sects bore the same incomprehensible look. Exalted double dragons eased a breath. It's incredible how the last controlled the entire world's energy all by herself. Exalted by Mei sighed. Exalted He Ran nodded, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Most of the people below had no clue what just happened, or what incredible feats Chu Qingqing could do. A mere radiant stage cultivator, yet had an uncanny control over her strength. The formation required 4 members to run it, 4 people that had complete trust in each other to unleash its power. But since 4 people meant 4 wills, it was impossible for them to always work with one mind. That was where Lu Xie struck, using explosions to exploit their weakness by attacking all of them at once. He needed just one of them to feel fear, panic, and not cooperate with the others, and the whole thing would fall apart. That was the truth of it too. Shui Ruohua and the other 2's heavy wounds proved it. The formation had fallen that instant the bombs went off. That's when Chu Qingqing came in, taking it all onto herself, availing herself of her empty spirit body to take and give the power as she wished to keep the formation up. At that sole moment, the 3 girls had no other use than as batteries, supplying Chu Qingqing with yuan qi. They turned a shocked and dull gaze towards the upright and gentle figure. The 4 elements cycle array needed 4 of them to use, but now it seemed Qingqing was enough. The trio was filled with admiration and disheartened, like someone stole something from them. Lu Xie glared in hatred at Chu Qingqing, but as he noticed the endless roaming world power, fear crept in. This woman is a frickin' monster as well. How the hell did a person like her exist on this God's green earth? Lu Xie gnashed his teeth, glancing at the people doing a poor job at hiding the sneers, and his heart blackened. The cold blade edge was still breathing down his neck as Chu Qingqing said, "You lost. You did hurt my sister, but since you are with Steward Zhua, I will keep my hand from doing the same." Chu Qingqing glanced over to Zhuofan, who just happened to find the clouds far more interesting. He was sulking like a little child, thinking the fact a woman was looking up to him was shameful. His mind, however, eased up on the worry. She won at last. Fiend Yang was outraged. That rotten Ol Yun played us. Now we're at a damn draw. Sigh, guess luck wasn't with us. 6 in the ethereal stage, yet only 1 ended up fighting those broad. If only 1 more was around, there was no way they'd win. Patience is also a weapon. Zhuofan smiled. Ol Yun was waiting for this moment, one that had little chance of pulling off. If 4 ethereal stage experts ended up being drawn against the girls, the formation was worth nothing. He had everything in place, lacking only luck. Now that luck has sided with him, nothing can be done, ha ha ha. Fiend Yang glanced at him. Our win just fell through, so why are you so calm about it? I knew from the start that you had no intention of winning this round. If you had just gone up there, with 4 more points, the loss of this match wouldn't matter. What's the big deal anyway? We still have a team match that we'll surely win. Oh please, individual battles, team battles, and overall scores are rewarded differently. All the more reason it doesn't matter. Worst case scenario, we'd end up tying in individual battles. I don't want to tie up with them and split the reward. Ugh, Fiend Yang ranted and grumbled. I just can't take it seeing them win anything. Petty much? Zhuofan smirked. The judge noticed the outcome on stage and said, the 4 individual fights go to Mystical Heaven Sect. The din of the crowd grew louder at the outcome, with some even openly jeering. Was this ethereal stage expert the weakest of the demon-scheming sect? The weakest? Weakest? If you want to read more chapters, please visit freewebn.com to experience faster update speed. Lu Xie's face was twitching all over from rage, his fists tight. Chu Qingqing withdrew the blade at the judge's declaration and let the world's energy scatter. Lu Xie struck Chu Qingqing's shoulder with a palm attack. Then and there she spat blood as she got thrown away by the impact. Qingqing! Shui Ruohua cried, rushing over to help her. Only to see her white as paper and in a heavy frown from pain. The judge jumped in front of Lu Xie, blocking him from attacking again. Boy, what do you think you're doing? I already gave the verdict. I haven't lost yet. Lu Xie roared. The judge glared. The outcome was obvious, and fighting after that will only mean death. What's there to be so indignant about? Who wouldn't be? The shout this time came from the demon-scheming sect, and everyone turned to see Zhuofan's dark face coming over. Lu Xie woke up at that moment and shook all over, patting his shoulder. Zhuofan looked at the judge and then at Chu Qingqing. The true winner is decided by death. As long as there's still a breath in the opponent's body, he can make a comeback. So on this particular stage, unless the other side killed this one or knocked him out of bounds, there is no winner. Elder, haven't you been a little hasty with the verdict? Well, the judge had no idea how to answer. Danner was outraged. Sister Qingqing spared him because of you. Why else do you think he's still standing? For me, you say? I am from the demon-scheming sect, you are from the Mystical Heaven Sect. Once we entered the Double Dragon Manor, we were nothing more than bitter enemies. The slightest weakness will get you killed, your fault not mine. Zhuofan snorted and turned away while hinting to Lu Xie to follow. We are in the Double Dragon Manor and follow their rules. Since the elder judged the match so, we also shall accept it. But the next time they end up dead cause of their mercy, don't come crying to me. Bastard! Danner was furious. Chu Qingqing held her hand and shook her head. She turned one last delicate smile for Zhuofan as her world darkened. Qingqing, Qingqing, Shui Ruohua cried, seeing Chu Qingqing's right shoulder seeping black smoke. Oh no, she's been poisoned. Faltering, Zhuofan's fists clenched and his eyes turned cold. But only for a moment, as he took back his seat with the same tranquility. The ever-nervous Lu Xie breathed easier at last. It seems Steward Zhuo doesn't care so much about those women. Shui Ruohua glared back at Zhuofan, filled with fury. Every demonic cultivator is heartless. We were wrong for thinking otherwise. Holding Chu Qingqing's unconscious body, the Mystical Heaven Sect team was overcome by anger. They could understand the demon-scheming sect's anger of before, but this time, they were lenient only to receive a despicable blow. This was not something they could just swallow. Elder Yun took this chance to admonish them. See that? That is how a demonic cultivator operates, changing their attitude in a blink of an eye. You must never go easy ever again. Let Qingqing be a lesson to all of you. They looked at the pale Chu Qingqing and nodded, their eyes burning with anger. The fighters for the 8th match walk on stage. After a short commotion, the judge declared once more Mystical Heaven Sect had a handsome youth fighting in this match, vowing to take revenge for senior sister Qingqing as he took firm and large steps on stage. Only when he met face to face with Yu Ling in the ethereal stage did reality come crashing down on top of him, and was this close to begging for mercy. His puny skills were worth jack squat to get Qingqing's revenge. Bam! Yu Ling slapped him out of bounds, never to get up ever again. Yu Ling strolled away, bored to death from the opponent being so weak. Fiend Yang was barking, that's more like it, no mercy. They cheated 8 points from us and now we'll make them pay for it. No worries, Venerable, the next fight will be a cinch. They don't have any ethereal stage experts after all. There's no way they can pull another formation, ha ha ha. Kuei Lang laughed, ready to go on stage. Fiend Yang nodded, but seeing who it was, Elder Yun's face bloomed in a nasty grin. Chapter 650. Chapter 650 Choice. Proofreader, Papatongs. It's Kuei Lang. Elder Yun's shifty eyes scanned Kuei Lang as he walked on stage, saying to Shen Xiaoyu, Young master, I would have never let you go up there even if it was to forfeit. You're too important. But since it's Kuei Lang, ha ha ha, I have the perfect counter. Take Qingqing's permafrost sword, and when you walk on stage you. Elder Yun's voice lowered as he whispered in Shen Xiaoyu's ear. The youth bobbed his head now and then with a cunning look glinting in his eyes per the elder's instructions. He took Chu Qingqing's permafrost from her unconscious body and went to meet his opponent. Kuei Lang mocked. Well, 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 if it isn't the great young master of Mystical Heaven Sect. You're looking for a thrashing as well? Ahem, do you know who I am? Shen Xiaoyu began. Kuei Lang replied in his most sarcastic tone. Is there anyone in this world who does not know the crippled young master from Mystical Heaven Sect with the elements in him out of whack? Are you looking for a whopping coming up here? Sect leader Shen must be sick of you, I guess. Wonder if he found this the best chance to get rid of you, or maybe you never were his son, to begin with, and he sent you here to die, ha ha ha. That set the whole crowd into a round of laughter. Only Mystical Heaven Sect's side glared back in anger. I am on stage to fight. Shen Xiaoyu ignored the taunts. His hand shone as he held permafrost. This sword's previous owner, I hear, vowed never to harm a single person from Demon Scheming Sect. I wonder if the sentiment was mutual. Kuei Lang started, his face solemn. Permafrost? Isn't Chu Qingqing the one wielding it? What are you doing holding it? Think it will be your good luck charm in this fight? Ha ha ha, I am the great Mystical Heaven Sect's young master. I don't cower behind anything. I am holding this sword only as a reminder. Shen Xiaoyu's mouth took an evil smile. His lips moved, but no words came out. He was sending a message. Kuei Lang squinted, his face twisted in shock, then he turned pensive for a moment before sighing, I surrender. The entire arena burst into an uproar. Even the judge was taken aback. An ethereal stage expert surrendered to a cripple? How come? Fiend Yang started raining curses like a madman. Kuei Lang, you damn freaking useless bastard. A slap, that's all it would have taken. What damn surrender? Why is this always happening? Are you all trying to make me look bad? Demon Scheming Sect's team looked at Kuei Lang, waiting for an explanation. Only Zhuofan, who witnessed it all, knew what happened. Mystical Heaven Sect pulled out all the stops in dealing with the Demon Scheming Sect. I bet they must have found a way to twist his arm. Kuei Lang's face darkened as he left the stage, leaving Shen Xiaoyu with a sinister smile and pride for pulling such a glorious achievement with this win. Brother, what just happened? I was afraid that fiend would hurt you. How is it that he just surrendered? Shui Ruohua asked hurriedly. Shen Xiaoyu put on a vague smile, downplaying it. Can't say. This was Elder Yun's plan and a little secret between us, haha. The two laughed out loud, leaving the girls out of the loop. Kuei Lang lowered his head as he took his seat among his teammates, even as he got everyone's questioning gazes on him. He never once spoke about it, just giving them a guilty look. Even his son, Kuei Gang, struggled to understand what could drive his father to do this. Kuei Lang, you made the entire sect pay a heavy price with your loss. Because of your forfeit, we are now 4 points behind. We lost the individual fights. You better have a damn good explanation, or I will put you down per the sect's rules. Zhuofan glanced over the others, rolled their eyes at the threat. You're one to talk since you started all this forfeiting mess. Zhuofan took out Xie Wuyu's token, dangling it. By the power vested in me by the sect leader, I am, for all intents and purposes, the sect leader here. No matter what I decide, the sect won't make a peep. Got it? Yeah, you're awesome, sir. They all sighed, even the venerables. Great then, Kuei Lang, you have some explaining to do to prevent such a mishap from happening again. If you find your mouth glued, it might be easier just to send me the explanation. Zhuofan pointed at his ear. Kuei Lang ground his teeth, but due to his trust in Zhuofan, he chose to whisper in his ear. Zhuofan's face lit up. Oh, so that's why. You're excused. Now that the matter has passed, none of you will speak of it again, nor start spreading it back at the sect. Thank you, Steward Zhua. Kuei Lang cupped his hand in gratitude. The rest were more stumped than ever. Kuei Geng could not fight the question. Dad, what happened? What made you step down? Even if you were up there, you'd do the same. Kuei Lang hesitated. Zhuofan snorted, then took out the token. What did I say just now? Are you disobeying the sect leader's orders? No. Everyone bowed with respect. Zhuofan nodded, pleased, while Kuei Lang was puzzled. The judge shouted the verdict to all the matches. Mystical Heaven Sect has 8 points, Demon Scheming Sect has 4. This round goes to Mystical Heaven Sect. The crowd gasped, none of them seeing it coming. Against all logic, Mystical Heaven Sect, the weaker one, pulled a fast one on Demon Scheming Sect. Everyone was baffled. Mystical Heaven Sect's formation was a neat trick, but nowhere near enough to turn the tides, which made the outcome more surprising. Mystical Heaven Sect's disciples were smug, while Demon Scheming Sect's side was glum. Next is the team fights, which are conducted in another area. The judge began. Elder Yun butted in with a bow and a smile. Ha ha ha, Elder, we, the Mystical Heaven Sect, forfeit this round. Zhuofan's brow shook, and he spared him a glance. Yun here is devious all right. Confident in victory, he sacrificed his disciples over points, all just to turn it around. Now that his forces were cut down to size, fighting would be pointless, thus forfeiting altogether. Such confidence in one's choices was a rarity, at least better than most other fools stumbling with their problems. Zhuofan glanced at Fiend Yang, who was stomping around and cursing from the mischance to get back at them. Hey, Yun, now that you caught us unprepared, you're running away? Do you think it's that easy? You played us well in the singles. Now fight us if you have the guts. Fiend Yang rambled and blustered about. Zhuofan had enough and left with a shake of his head. The other left as well, leaving only Fiend Yang hooting when he woke up from his frenzy. He rushed after them. Hey, why didn't you wait for me? I'm still your venerable. The comic relief helped the crowd lighten up and even laugh. The lower 3 sects stage came to a close with Mystical Heaven Sect having won the singles, Demon Scheming Sect winning the team battles, and the overall score placing them in first place. Though everyone knew Mystical Heaven Sect played the rules in their favor to squeeze a win against the deadly Demon Scheming Sect. Zhuofan, the best in Tianyu, you should be fighting in the middle 3 sects stage. Ha ha ha, Wen Tao grinned. Tianshang. He called behind him, where is he? Zhuofan took the Demon Scheming Sect's disciples to their lodgings. They were all in a foul mood after today's fights. If we fight again, I'll break their formation. Lu Xie justified himself to Qi Changlong and Bai Lian. The two only sneered. The outcome was quite evident. Did he have to die for him to admit defeat? Bam! Following the loud crack, Lu Xie's face kissed the pavement with a crunch. He returned from the hard touch of the ground with blood running down his lips and 2 fewer teeth. The others jerked, looking back to see Zhuofan's angry face glaring at Lu Xie. Boy, I have had it with you. Zhuofan was fuming now. Even the venerables looked shaken up. Chapter 651. Chapter 651, the same. Proofreader, Papatonks. With a heavy step, dark energies swirled around Zhuofan as he made his way to Lu Xie. His eyes flashed with bloodthirst. Lu Xie froze, shaking all over. Steward Zhua, what's the meaning of this? I haven't done anything wrong. The rest were tense but not enough to make them talk. Zhuofan got next to Lu Xie and clutched his throat, lifting him off the ground. The overwhelming aura made breathing hard as he demanded, "Where is the antidote?" Antidote. Lu Xie's brow shook with understanding. Zhuofan still cares about that broad. He used to think Zhuofan's cold front implied he did not give a damn about that woman, but he was holding it in to settle the accounts now. Lu Xie's heart was filled with indignity as he croaked, "Steward Zhua, you can't do this to me. I have given my all for the sect. You didn't punish someone that forfeited, but you go after me for harming some woman? Where's the fairness in that?" Zhuofan, Lu Xie had fought hard just now. "I understand you want the antidote, but you can't just demand it like this." Fiend Yang found an excellent excuse to try and talk some sense into him. Zhuofan snorted, "This is my business. Any that interferes will be severely punished. I will be the judge here about what is excessive or not. You have no say in this. Don't think for a second Venerable Shi can protect you. You have always gone against me all the way here. Ignorant fool, hand over the antidote now, or else. There isn't one." Lu Xie's brow trembled, feeling the power in Zhuofan's grip. "My poison isn't deadly. She will suffer for 49 days, and that's it. The judge had given his verdict, so I didn't dare kill anyone. I'm also afraid Double Dragon Manor will interfere. Otherwise, the other side's elders would have also asked for the antidote, don't you think?" Zhuofan's eye twitched, and his heart filled with rage. His body was flooded with a raging power current as the black energy roamed all over Lu Xie. Before entering his body, Lu Xie felt like a tight black net robbed him of all movements as it ate away at his body. He had never felt such danger before, sweating buckets in fear Zhuofan was going to kill him over some woman. Zhuofan's icy eyes felt like a sucking abyss, his voice eerie, "Hand over the antidote, or you'll get out of my sight for good." "Wait, Zhuofan, he just said there isn't any. The woman is in no danger as well. This is still the Double Dragon Gathering, and we need all the help we can get. You can't just kill him." Fiend Yang tried to reason with him. Zhuofan wouldn't hear it. The black energy coiled more and more around Lu Xie, moments away from enveloping him in complete darkness. The Venerable was panicking yet still didn't make a move to stop him. Lu Xie could no longer hold it and cried, "Wait, wait! I have the antidote." Lu Xie's hand shone, and a vial appeared. Fiend Yang stood agape, and then glared at him. The prick had the antidote all along. He could have just handed it over from the start, but he had to make us all worried for nothing. Bam! Not even sparing him a glance, Zhuofan flung him away. As he slammed to the ground, he spat blood, and the vial in his hand soared through the air and into Zhuofan's hand. Zhuofan eyed the rest with a cold gaze. Every poison user has an antidote for their poisons, lest they get poisoned as well. Maybe some extremely deadly poisons do not, so the enemy will never survive, but as for the milder ones, especially used in torture, they are bound to have an antidote. The next time I do something, stay out of my way. Fiend Yang was embarrassed, then glared at Lu Xie. This bastard was faking it all along so much that we even bought it. Zhuofan ignored them, walking away. But just after a few steps, he stopped again, looking baffled. "Long time no see, Zhuofan." A familiar figure stood in the doorway of their courtyard. Xie Tianshang came along with two girls, Shuang'er and Yongning. The girls looked from Lu Xie, bleeding on the ground, to Zhuofan's dark expression and gasped. They had never seen him so furious before. Xie Tianshang hardly cared, evident by his smile. "Ever since what happened to Ninger at the esoteric debate, I never saw you so out of control. Edifice Lord Chu must have made some progress, I see, ha ha ha. Xie Tianshang, why are you here? Are you representing Tianyu as well?" "Not at all. While you did not notice me in the Sects stands, I had a clear view of your arrogant and overbearing self. Ha ha ha, you haven't changed a bit after all these years. Xie Tianshang's gaze sharpened. Zhuofan, do you remember my old goal? Since you left Tianyu, then I did as well. I am now a disciple of the Sword God sect, competing in the middle 3 sections. I'll be waiting. Zhuofan frowned and gave the nod after a pause. He flicked his sleeve and threw the vial. Let's leave that aside for now and help me with this. Xie Tianshang caught it and chuckled. Just like always, exercising extreme caution, never doing it yourself. All right, I'll deliver the antidote for you. Xie Tianshang turned around and walked for a few steps before looking back at the girls. How about you two come along? You haven't met with Edifice Lord Chu yet, have you? Come on, if you know your enemy and yourself, you'll surely win, ha ha ha. Xie Tianshang went on with a faint smile as the girls tensed. They shared a glance, then looked from Zhuofan to the disciplined Lu Xie, bleeding on the ground. Their eyes lit up and rushed to follow. They didn't even greet Zhuofan. Zhuofan grumbled for a bit, then left as well. With them gone, the heavy mood slowly returned to normal. Fiend Yang sighed and couldn't help but a curse. You idiot, are you that blind to not see how much Zhuofan cares about that woman? And you struck her? You must be damn lucky you got away from Zhuofan in one piece. But didn't they break it off? Didn't they both say they'll go all out the next time they meet? Lu Xie gnashed his teeth. Kuei Lang sighed. They said one thing, but their hearts thought another. In this world, when a man meets a woman, what they say and what they feel are opposite. They might say they won't hold back, but who is to say that will truly happen when they meet again? The girl didn't skewer you because of Steward Zhuo, and Steward Zhuo almost killed you because of her. This is called saying one thing and doing another. In any case, you just had a brush with death. Shit. Why the hell are they faking then, and why am I taking the fall for their duplicity? Lu Xie was raging mad. Venerable, I was just following your advice, to be ruthless to those bastards that burn bridges. No, 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 you're not dumping this on me. I was talking about the others and did not say that girl specifically. You could have at least come to this conclusion yourself and thought of Zhuofan. Fiend Yang was waving all over as he tried to get out of this mess. Zhuofan was right in the end. He had put up with you for too long. You not once showed an ounce of respect all the way here. Everything else he may overlook, but this time you have struck where it hurt him the most. Did you not see how he dealt with Yenemo? You got what was coming to you this time. I have been around more than you and can tell. In matters between a man and a woman, it's best not to get involved, or this is how you'll end up. Fiend Yang finished his reprimand, and Kuei Lang followed, making him sullen and angry. What the hell did I get into? I was just beaten up and now seen as an outsider? And that Zhuofan, he was going to kill his teammates over some woman? How is he fit to lead us? But then he looked around, and all he saw were faces saying he got what was coming. He was fuming mad. God damn it, Zhuofan, just you wait. You haven't seen the end of this. Mark my words. Lu Xie gnashed his teeth, his eyes sinister as he looked at everyone around him. These people, teammates for lack of a better word, were Zhuofan's lackeys, taking every one of his words as law, even ignoring the good of the sect. His heart just could not accept it. This resentment was bound to be the seed of calamity. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.